still chills to the small green Miss Endeavor. Inside is not all that and a bag of plum helmets. Dwarven forts attack elven trees provoked. Kobold poetry is rare treat. Similarly, gods rarely sleep because they hang upside left. Woe shall urge me to jump to heaven, because violence never is the... What is the pitch for Blue Sky? Mastodon, but it looks like Twitter and is easier to sign up to. So that's kind of the pitch for Blue Sky. But currently it doesn't support GIFs, apparently. And is mostly filled with shit posters right now. You just like watching other people post crazy stuff? Yeah, that's fair. Legitimate use for Twitter. Although Blue Sky was originally like an internal Twitter thing to make Twitter decentralized, using like a Fediverse style of social media, and it got spun off from Twitter. So, like, if you go look at what Blue Sky look like, if you just go Google screenshots of Blue Sky, it looks identical to Twitter. Like, layout-wise. Like, it is just Twitter. It looks like Twitter. All right, so I think every single one of my barracks gets a statue of Ryo Shinkat because they will remember the power and the strength that that dwarf had. And they will hopefully be inspired by it to be half the dwarves that Ryo Shinkat was. There will be content moderation. It's hysterical to me that there are genuinely people in this world that believe that a world with no content moderation is better than a world with content moderation. Like, I don't really know where that thought process comes from. Like, the people who think that sites with no content moderation are good. It's like, just look at 8chan. That's what happens. Although I think that 8chan changed its name at some point, but... Twitter would be 4chan and /live leaks if they got rid of moderation completely. Yep. Or, you know, one of those other equally horrendous websites. You know what's ironic about 4chan? I was a moderator on 4chan for a hot minute. I moderated their video game boards for a couple of months. I was in those IRC channels. Where are you going? Well, if you die, it's on you, Dwarf. Actually, maybe I can force him back doing this. Nope. All right, well. you die, Dwarf, that's on you. I spent way too much time on 4chan when I was an edgy teenager. I was the perfect generation for it. I spent years of my life on 4chan. Why do you think I'm such an avid Redditor? Like, not proud of it, but it's true. I was an edgelord once. The reason I hate those people so much these days. I grew up just like many other people did. Why do I call you out like that? I'm not calling you out, Corn. In Dwarf Fort, chop down the trees where you're going to be dumping lava. Rest in peace, Tekid, Baroness of Spear Number. Run away, Tekid, Baroness of Spear Number. Grey Langer stole a steel shield. Well. But no, I grew up. That's the main thing that happened is I grew up. Okay, so this dwarf is very much dead. Korab L got into a fight. Let's see if I can... Ooh, that seems bad. Yep, Korab L is dead. Let's see if they had any last words. Not really. Just kind of... Well, I mean, he did, like, get some stabs in. He was able to do some damage to one of them. Was able to lodge his spear in a wound. Considering it was just a, like, brand new soldier. Yeah, and these, how many of them are on? Oh my god. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19. Yep. Didn't really have much of a chance. Truly is a shame. Truly is a shame. Elfie Bean is doing a dumb again. I don't actually understand why these dwarves are leaving. They aren't technically supposed to leave for any reason, but... Elfie, turn around! Elfie, no! Run away, Elfie! Run away, Elfie. Okay, well, at least Elfie's running. Elfie's very much got good legs on her, because, like, there she go! Elfie's giving me a heart attacks, like, on the daily at this point. I'm going to move military up to here. I might throw... Elfie? Elfie? Run away. You doofus of a dwarfus. Yeah, don't do this every time is very much how I feel about this too. Right, so there is a big donkey spider coming down. Elfie turns around again. Oh my god. Well, we lost that Baron finally. Lorbaum, the Hammer Dwarf run. Man, I was worried about this. My frame rate just fell down to nothing because I can't pass through the smoke. That is one of the funniest frame rate wrecks I've seen in a minute. They can't pass through the smoke, so... Okay, hold up. I'm gonna move these soldiers back. But we just lost a soldier. Rest in peace. It was Mincot. And giant scary spider thing appears to have just run off. Apparently the sight of the dwarves was a bit much. This idiot is gonna go pick up equipment. You know, if I just go to... I have no idea where the equipment is that you're going to go pick up. Maybe the stuff that this person just dropped? Doubt it. You're just gonna go die. It's literally all you're going to go do. I really wish that station would negate the pickup equipment thing. Because, like, there's no way I can save this dwarf. This dwarf's just dead. Unless I do this. What's your name? Bull. You are no longer in the military. You dumbass. Turn around. I guess not. There you go. Now you run away. Elfie. Well, I just killed this dwarf. I should have left him in the military. Oh well. So Elfie is in the burrow, and the burrow doesn't leave the mountain anywhere. So what kind of hellish invasion is this? This is a necromancer experiment invasion. These are creatures that were made by necromancers, which supposedly at some point we'll be able to make in our own forts, which I would love. And it's like fighting like a dozen forgotten beasts at once, if not several hundred of them at once. They're quite scary and not exactly the sort of things you want to have to deal with frequently. Fortunately, they don't usually have spooky abilities. Okay, that's the rest of them. So once all those things are up in here, okay, let's pull this lever. Let's get this thing locked. A few more coming down. Are these ones actually wearing stuff? Okay, so these ones are weird. These ones are armless bipeds with thin wings and charcoal hair that's short and even, and they're first created accidentally by the human necromancer Uthros. I don't think these ones will be particularly strong. I'm not too worried about these ones. They are, however, scaring the piss out of that poor cat. Moose is very enthusiastic here and is running by himself and is fighting with a lot of them. Is currently in a martial trance. Appears to have killed at least 2, from what I can tell. I'm going to send the military in, and we're going to... There's 5 of them. Okay. I'm going to send the military in, and hopefully none of them fall into these tiny little spots of lava. Chat, can I get a round of beers for the raiders? God fucking damn it. Stupid dwarf. You stupid, stupid dwarf. And the soldiers come running in to kill Various, and... what a goddamn shame. And Elfie is still doing the fucking moron. I'm going to... man, it takes a lot to actually make me this pissed off. But this dwarf is in the burrow. The burrow doesn't leave the underground areas at all, anywhere. I'm gonna unassign everybody, reassign everybody. Turn the fuck around, you stupid dwarf. You too, Rolf. Just gotta get that dwarf out of there who I just locked in there. I mean, if it was random Urist number 45, I wouldn't give a shit. But turns out it's a dwarf I actually care about, so. I mean, I also just lost basically all of my military leadership to a puddle of lava. And also all these guys got through because that stupid dwarf got stuck up there. Now, this dwarf's gonna die. Yeah, no, I'm not thrilled right now. No, it doesn't reach the surface anywhere. They're ignoring the burrow. 1000%. It does not reach the surface anywhere. I've checked multiple times. This guy's gonna die now, which sucks. Like, you know what? I might actually just go back to a save. Yeah, I'm going back to a save. Fuck this noise. I'm going to redo that burrow. New CEO of Twitter. Lol. Well done. All right. This is frustrating. Yep. Very much so. Also, this is before that siege even starts. So, okay. So here's what we're going to do. I'm going to remove this burrow. Let's rebuild it. Because I'm just... Oh, brother. Just so freaking done with this burrow system. It's like, I don't know I don't really know what they did to it or why, but it barely works in this version. I love this game. This game is very good, but there's like one or two small annoyances about this version that just make me want to kick a puppy? Yeah, kick a puppy. That's what I would say. And very few things in the world make me want to kick a puppy. But I assure you that this burrow did not reach the surface before, so. So, Ryo Shinkat has another chance at life. You've been resurrected. Yes. I thought Grimes and Elon got divorced. I don't actually pay that much attention to, like, celebrity drama, but I'm pretty sure they got divorced. Because she was tweeting at him saying that he should pay child support when he bought Twitter. She's like, yo, you should pay child support instead of buying this shit. Guys, I had the craziest dream last night. I fell in battle. Yep. It is the craziest dream. Holly Golly, thank you very much for the raid, by the way. A Vile Force of Darkness has arrived. This is the first one. This is the very small Vile Force of Darkness. That arrives right before the bigger one. We'll wait until they're on a flat spot, and then I will just send all my... Actually, what direction are they going to take? I'm actually not sure. I guess they're just going to the front door. So I will just station my soldiers right here. Since when does the mug emote exist? It's a better Twitch TV emote. Oh, here come a bunch of snatchers. These. Attis is chasing them. This dwarf's getting tired. Caught one, though. Good catch. Attis. These dwarves are still working on the front door. Well, someone has to. I don't have a mug command specifically. Let's just get rid of these goblins. Here come the soldiers. They chase out. And the goblins cease to live. Goblin siege is done. I'm not going to turn off the burrow. We're just going to leave them in the burrow. Send the soldiers back to trading. Trading? Training. This is the Twisted Legion. So this is the army that we really need to fight off very carefully now. I'm going to pull this lever. What a twist. I mean, it's almost like they were already on their way. Okay, I need this bridge to get pulled.
Cheese for everyone!
Just like the prophets foretold. There it goes, it's shut. And now we wait. New design is cool. Fog did a great job on it. In regards to mugs. General is visiting. Oh, what? Huh. Interesting. Necromancer went and resurrected all of the goblins. That's kind of hysterical, actually. What the heck? Why did you just improve crossbow so much? Did they also teach you a bunch of crossbow? A bunch of them, or I wonder if any of them are friendly. Nah, okay, they're just all generic undead. They're just gonna wander into the fort, probably. That's kind of funny. I wonder if they're fighting amongst each other. Yeah, they're fighting with each other. Huh. So that the necromancer like booked it over here and resurrected all the dead goblins. That's really funny, actually. Check this, make sure that there's none coming in. Okay, we're good. And how'd that go? I'm assuming it would kill the clown shark. Because they are crushable. I've killed them with normal boulders before. Clowning around. Look, yeah, it's bleeding but alive. Interesting. Wait, hold on. Constructed Slade wall, or like a smooth, or a piece of, because walls deconstruct on their way down and probably wouldn't kill most creatures. Like, it's unlikely most creatures would be killed by that. Because they turn into blocks or boulders when they hit the ground. If you want to kill something with a wall, you literally should use, like, a piece of wall. Like, carved out of the side of a mountain, basically. These things are toppling all this crap. Okay, so yeah, if it was constructed, then yeah, it's that's gonna take a little. That's not gonna do too much. They're all just hanging out right there. What's up, Bubble Page? I mean, a steel anvil wouldn't be that effective either. And also, yeah, you can. Set an area as a dump zone and tell a dwarf to dump. Oh, shit. We got a necromancer in the fort. Dolmas! Time to send in the dwarves to deal with Dolmas. He's 120-something years old. Somewhat greasy hair. Greatly pleased by his own looks and appearance. Dreams of ruling the world. Certainly sounds like a neurotic necromancer. But also just let him leave the map. I'm just going to let him leave the map. Of course he's a tanner. That's a little dark. You're broke at tickets? That's fine. They have no value anyway. Is it really losing something of value if they had no value to begin with? There was somebody in the chat not too long ago who was talking about modding stonefall traps to be anvil fall traps, but having nothing to gamble with now. Yeah, I mean, you'll get more. 15 minutes. This is a very aesthetically pleasing fort. I'm glad that I've finally made it to the point now where people are like, your forts are very aesthetically pleasing. Like, way back when it used to always be, Blind, your forts are so weird and chaotic and look awful. I used to get that a lot. That's a goblin's left hand. I'm sure that's very threatening. I'm so afraid. But yeah, no, this part of the fort, like, once this is all done, this is gonna look like... This area is my favorite part of the fort right now. This area. This whole road thing. Think the premium graphics help? I mean, I suppose, but what the fuck balls are you even doing, you morons? I don't understand. If someone could explain, that would be lovely. Well, Bum wrecked the wrestler. Just went and killed the zombie's hand and is now running away. All right, this is a good chunk of them. I can burn. Or should I just fight them? I might just fight them. Two more coming. I'm just going to pause for a second. Check to see where the rest are. Are they all still hanging around in the spot where they showed up? Okay, so there seems to be a big blob of them up here. But they're moving. Whoa! Cerniv, not joking. Up until this point today, I've made $11 today streaming. So you just doubled today's revenue. So thank you very much. Means a lot. Dwarf, you picked a real bad place to fall asleep. Tund, you have to take a nap right there. Suppose you do. I will move the other soldiers up to help defend you. Actually, I've got 2 dwarves sleeping. Tolas, thanks for gifting out a sub. Let's move the other soldiers up. We've got Goden, the master of disaster of glove shaking, which, for reference, for anybody's forgotten, is a giant hairy snake with a curling trunk, black hair, which is long and shaggy. This night creature was first created accidentally by the human necromancer Bale of Oarstrokes after horrible experiments on water buffaloes in 247. And, fuck, we didn't get to Ineth. Rest in peace, Lorbam. Ineth was sleeping. The dwarves, they're exactly where I don't need them, right where I don't need them, when I don't need them. Come on, dwarves. Oh, man. Is the recruit going to run in first and die again? Probably, yep. So we just lost Karab L once again. Rest of the dwarves appear to be doing all right. I should have just let those dwarves die. Well, we were able to take out the first few. I'm sorry, what? Oh. Forgotten Beast just found cavern dwellers somewhere. This is where they're supposed to stand. What is a 150Z? It's not 150Z. It's 15 ounces. You can look up what that is in milliliters if you like. I am also not a huge fan of ounces as a measuring amount, but I don't run the site, so... Cat? Hillix has been founded. There's a very scared cat. You might want to run away. Run away, kitty. Mebzith, the Spearmaster, and Rolf are fighting with another one of these critters, which immediately dies. These guys are quite weak, these giant snakes. They seem to die quite quickly. They don't really have too much. Okay, I need to move the soldiers up. Dwarves are getting thirsty. These two just like tag teamed what? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 of them? Dang, dude. There's 2 of these guys coming. These guys are armed, and they're wielding maces. And then there's another one of these. I like how all of these experiments have dwarven names. Spear's OP? No, the snakes just aren't that strong. And we do currently outnumber them, as they're coming in 1 by 1. So... because they're coming in 1 by 1, my dwarves get the advantage here. Pentakill. How many did Rolf get? None, from the looks of things. But spears are pretty strong. Shinkat is leading the charge. There's one of the spiders goes down. Fighting these things are kind of like fighting large wild animals. It's honestly these guys that are much scarier most of the time. All right, let's see how this fight goes. Come on, dwarves. Yeah, we do outnumber them, so as long as they stay spread out and my dwarves don't get tired, we're good. Like, the Spearmaster just stabs the Disaster of Glove Shaken in the tail with her steel spear, tearing the muscle, and the Hammer Dwarf punches the Disaster of Glove Shaken in the body with her right hand, bruising the fat. The Donk Bonk scratches the Disaster of the Glove Shaken in the head, and the injured part is ripped into loose shreds. You don't see that one very often. You must have a really good scratching skill or something. Okay, we've got a few more incoming. And the standard soldiers are coming up shortly after. That's someone's limb, this. It's Yusteth's second foot, which is probably one of the creatures, not my dwarves. They would have dropped the shield or something if it was one of my dwarves. Move the soldiers up. Stay trained, dwarves, because after this fight, you're going to have to go take out the Necromancer Tower. All right. Here comes that weird poet, who for some reason is neutral to these things, which is very odd to me. All right, let's just Send the soldiers through. Should pop up and over any second. Here they come. Charging in. Cut apart 2 more of them. Last 2 fights. Hammer Dwarf bashes the creature in the left leg. In the left 5th leg with his steel warhammer, bruising the fat. Steel is not a very good material for a warhammer. Rolf kicks one in the head with his foot, bruising the brain. Well, that's good. I think that's called a concussion. And now I'm going to tell the soldiers to go station back here. And they appear to all be backing up as ordered. It's exactly what we need. They are all backing up. Except for the kitten, who's obviously, you know, not in the military. They are walking up. This is good. Come on, dwarves. And human. Where are you going? Why are you still... Why are you stationing in the wrong direction? And why are you hauling a copy of Secret Goblin? Everybody's favorite novel. The written portion consists of a 21-page essay entitled Secret Goblin, authored by Nagoking. It concerns the start and finish of the fish dissector of the goblin Nagoking in Toe Thief in 85. The writing overflows with sadness and it is amateurish at best. I mean, I would be sad too if I was a fisher goblin and not a murder goblin. Okay, Dwarf. Oozle, turn around, buddy. Turn around. Go back to where you came from. Put that thing back where you came from, or so help me. For the love of Dwarf, turn around. You're supposed to go the other way. Every other dwarf and all of the other squads are going in the other direction, and you're going this way. Why? Why did you drop your copy of Secret Goblin? Why are you still walking this direction, Dwarf? I can't, it's stationing. I mean, I could cancel the station, but that's not gonna do anything. Okay, never mind, it did actually fix it. Anyway, now Dwarf is going in. Stupid Dwarf. Fine, go train or some shit. Cancel? Ay. And see, the problem is now half of the dwarves are like going to go pick up equipment, which I do not want them doing. That's the problem. That's why I didn't want to cancel that. And now they're going to continue picking up equipment. But fortunately, you are going that way. This guy I have no control over. He's not one of my dwarves. I'm very close to just pulling levers. I just need to wait for this dwarf to get out of here. Unfortunately, we may have to burn that copy of Secret Goblin. Come on, Oozle. Chat, we need to cheer for Oozle. Oozle, you can do this. Just get out of the... Just go. Just run. Just walk faster. You slow little baby Dwarf. There's also a Baron of Guard dagger here. I mean, there's a big old glut of them right there. There's not too much I can do. It's a very heavy rope reed. Is he really hauling a rope reed sock? Wow, he is hauling a rope reed sock. I think this dwarf is just not a particularly skilled and was recently recruited, so I think the armor is just still heavy. This is the actual thing that's happening here. Okay, so I'm going to lock this shut in a minute, and we're going to just burn the rest of them and all the bodies in the middle. And I will just memorialize the dwarves that didn't make it. Okay, so you over here, we are going to pull this lever right the duck now. Like, just pull it right the hell now. Just pull that goddamn lever. Just pull it. Just pull it. Just pull it. Just pull it. Just pull it now! Pull it now, dwarves! They're coming! And oh no, am I gonna burn a cat? I don't want to burn the cat. Kitty, can you quit being a doofus and just get out us, please us? Kitnus Maximus, can you please just leave the... Kitnus Maximus, can you please leave the premises? Speaking of premises, lever's been pulled. So, Kitnus Maximus probably isn't Dedimus. All the drains are shut. Excellent. It's there. Perfect. Home free, although unfortunately we're going to lose this copy of Secret Goblin. It's kind of a shame, but we are going to lose that copy of Secret Goblin. Corn, what kind of dwarf would you like? Oh, I mean, I'm gonna have to, like, put the water out. I'm gonna have to use water to put it out, but yeah. It is indestructible, you are correct. My best gem cutter. I don't have one. Do you have a second choice? Got miners, weaponsmiths, various other things. Beard or no beard? I got a couple of them. No, I got one weaponsmith with a beard, and then the rest are all metal crafters. I got some armor smiths as well. Doesn't matter. I'll give you the weaponsmith because he's on the happier side. Cornathum. He is very slow to anger and rarely develops negative feelings towards things. Is sloppy with his living space and tends to form only tenuous emotional bonds with others and doesn't tend to hold on to grievances. Thinks he is fairly important in the grand scheme of things, and he doesn't focus on material goods. He doesn't cling tightly to ideas and is open to changing his mind, and he finds helping others to be emotionally rewarding, though he wishes this were not the case, as he considers altruism foolish. He dreams of mastering a skill and personally believes that the acquisition of power over others is the ideal goal in life and worthy of the highest respect, and finds sacrifice to be the height of folly, and respects the law. Dreams of mastering a skill, and he likes horn silver and white chalistoni, lychee wood, and flying squirrel bone, as well as voracious cave crawlers for their scary mouths, and the words of the style of lace and the sight of the gloss of smiling when impossible prefers to consume puffin and wild carrot plants and blackberry wine, and absolutely hates jumping spiders. He has a very long beard, and it is arranged in double braids. His sideburns are clean shaven, and his very long mustache is arranged in double braids. His very long hair is arranged in double braids, and his ears are very splayed out. He has a square chin, and his hair is tan, and his skin is copper, and his eyes are amethyst. And here comes the lava. Plenty of them are already burning. And the siege is over. I love jumping spiders. They are adorable looking. People who don't like jumping spiders kind of confuse me a little bit. Is your planter hiding up in the growing fields? You are currently socializing in the Weaponsmiths Guild. And you're talking with a friend and you feel fond. You made friends with Stackgood, Wad Mountains, and you feel very fond. Who is Stackgood? I don't even know. There isn't a Stackgood in the general vicinity, so... Anyway, siege is finally done. I think I might be out of boulders again. Game. Really? Why in the world would you miss Sound Sense? Let's see, Lorbam, what was your last name? Sins T. Sins T. Sound Sense was just a shitty sound pack. Oh. Oh, no. Maybe that's him. And then that's Lorbam Olan. Because Sound Sense is funny. I think that you know, I don't use this word very often. I always thought that Sound Sense was cringe as all hell. Just like it was a not great selection of sounds. It played at inopportune times. They were jarring and sudden and unpleasant. But fortunately for you, if you really like Sound Sense, moddable music and moddable sound is being added into the next into the unstable branch, as well as moddable sounds. So you'll be able to do all the features from Sound Sense again. So just go into your announcements screen and like enable announcements for things that you miss. It's very easy. Literally everything in the game has a possible announcement. Just go to your game files. So go to you know, Dwarf Fortress, go to properties, go to local files, browse, close this, not the browse folder, and just go to data, init, announcements. Every single thing that can happen in the game, really, can have custom announcements set. And instructions on how to do it all is up at the top. Very simple. And you can get full screen pop-ups, you can get alerts, you can get cancellation notices, you can get little sound blips, you can get all that. And it's super easy to set up. Let's go Ravage and Necromancer Tower, chat room. I got some goblins to kill first, though. Or zombies to kill first out here. No problem. Flip. It doesn't make sounds for things like fights because large portions of the player base, myself included, thought that those sounds were annoying as all hell. What's the best way to power a pump stack for lava? I mean, there's only two ways. Either water wheels or windmills, whatever's more convenient. I don't know if these are friendly zombies, so... No, they are not. Okay, well, we will kill these zombies or these goblins here a second time. And we appear to have lost Stackgood. It's largely fine. It's just a recruit. All right, let's claim all this and go attack that Necromancer Tower. It's down here. Ore strokes. I'm not going to take important treasures, and I'm not going to loot other items, and we're going to raise and openly attack and destroy the site. Go get it, dwarves. Although Kivish here is seriously injured. So, where are you? Which squad are you in? I've removed them from the military, and we're going to turn this off so we can go rescue you. Will stealing livestock bring experiments back? I don't think so. I've never had that happen before. But I don't... I mean, can I re-enable livestock? Let's see. Okay, no, I do have lives. I just don't have steal important treasures because I don't want to steal their Necronomicon. I can go get that from them later if I decide I want to turn this into a zombie fort. And a necromancer fort. Is Volcano Lava infinite? Yes. Yeah, it infinitely refills. Sorry for taking way too long to respond to that question. But yes, Volcano's infinitely refill. I'm real happy to see these things burn. I don't know about you guys. And Thycut the Miner's gone into a Fey mood. How do I get rid of the lava? I can show you in a sec. I drain it down into the bottom area down here, and then it flows off the side of the map. Well, off the side of the volcano out there. But I use drawbridges to release the lava. So I got drawbridge, and then drawbridge, and then the exit, and then this drawbridge, and it all just flows down and out. And the rest flows out the front door. It flows pretty quick. Drowning chambers with windows into them. Spurious Mercenary. With a one tile drawbridge or floodgate that is blocking sight of a hostile unit like a goblin or a scary monster or a forgotten beast that is raised, and you lock the necromancer in a room. So basically, okay, hold on. I can draw you a diagram. Give me a second. To reliably make undead, dig out a room, okay? Dig out another room, okay? Dig out another room, okay? Put a door here and a door here. Turn this area right here into, let's just use this upper thingy to signify windows. So windows with fortifications on either side. You lock the necromancer in this room, and then here you put a drawbridge with windows and fortifications in front of it, and you make the necromancer pull the lever right here. The lever right here lowers this drawbridge so that suddenly they can see whatever the hostile entity is over here, and it also floods water into here from up above, instantly filling this room up with water and drowning everybody in here, and then the necromancer goes, bah! Because there's a creature here, and then he runs around in here scared as hell, and then they all turn into zombies. Will it reliably make intelligent undead? No, that's just a dice roll. I don't know what the odds of that are. The zombies might be hostile. The zombies might kill each other. The zombies might be dumb, unintelligent zombies that just stand around and go, blah, 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 I'm a zombie. And then there are the ones that become intelligent undead. That's all you have to do. That's how you make intelligent undead, or unintelligent undead, or hostile undead, or friendly undead, depending on how lucky or unlucky you happen to be that day. Eustuth Nish. If you want friendly undead? I don't know. I don't generally do it because I don't particularly like the tedium of running a zombie fort, but I will say that there is absolutely zero consistency as to whether or not you'll get intelligent undead or not. So you can do it whatever way you want, whatever way you see fit. But that is the most effective method that I've seen people using and that I've used myself. It's not the only method I've used, but it's the most effective. Well, something I really miss about ASCII is you can't really see the bodies exploding. Kind of sucks. All walls are magma safe. Doesn't matter the material. Even wooden walls are magma safe. Dwarf Fortress is kind of funny like that. Trees are magma safe. Trees do not burn down to lava. The leaves on the top of the trees do, but the trunks don't. Even ice walls are magma safe? Yeah, there you go. And that's how I drain it. don't know if it's a lie, but it's certainly a weird quirk of how the game works. But seriously though, Cerniv, thank you so much for the $10 in bits. Does lava evaporate? No, but well, it evaporates the same way water does, but it doesn't evaporate, it cools. But, you know, just flavor text at that point. Mechanically, yeah, it dissipates the same way water does. It just needs to be 1 of 7 deep, and it cools off and disappears. But seriously, thank you so much for the $10 in bits, and that gifted sub earlier told us as well. So in this branch, the experimental branch, if you swap into ASCII, watch this. It's magic trick. You can zoom in. Stuff's still pretty small, but you can zoom in. You can also zoom out if you want to make things even smallifier. Although if you zoom out all the way, the camera gets stuck in the bottom right corner like this for some reason, which is a little odd, but yep. So you can zoom in now. Although some of the UI doesn't fit, but progress. That's literally what it is, yeah. In regards to watching the lava. You can also press F to turn that stuff off. Work and life is busy currently? Yeah, it's busy season. Start of summer is busy season for most adults, and it, like, unfortunately, I decided to, you know, like, pursue an audience of adults for games that, you know, grown-ups like, which generally means during times of year when work gets busy, my numbers suffer horribly. It's always been like this. Summer is always the slow season for my stream, and we're getting towards summer. It's part of the reason I don't really like summer, but... But, let's see, have all my dwarves left? This is kind of a ragtag group going to go fight ore strokes. There are 3 Z levels between the opening of the circus and the slate itself. If you want to get your dwarves down there, do I have to do it with magma and water and stairs? You can construct stairs vertically downwards. Just start at the top and construct down. That's not what that word looked like. I read that. I mistook that G as a C initially, which had me really concerned. But the hillocks of Giltclod has founded half a day's travel to the south and has been incorporated into your holdings. Speaking of workers, no workers, no workers, no workers, no workers. God dang it, no workers. Oh, this one's got workers available. I'm going to request these workers. I'm requesting these workers specifically because I'm curious about something. Oh, wait, actually, I wonder, are these... Oh, no, these are dwarves that I expelled, I think. Well, maybe not, actually. No, I expelled those dwarves, so they'll be pissed. You can build hanging cities this way? Yeah. It's a good way to think about it. Also, I haven't said this enough today, chat room, but thank you very much to everybody who, you know, is tuning in today. I have the coolest job in the world, and I only get to have this job because people watch. How do you destroy a goblin pit? You keep doing the raise missions until they get rooted out? Yep, pretty much. Ah, dang it. No migrants. Sag. Tower up and then build out and down. Yeah, that would be a pretty awkward way to construct things. I can agree with that. Infinity Simplex, what up, dude? Good to see ya. I think that there was a building in Chicago where they built out a center core tower first and then built outwards. I don't know why, but that's just making me think of that casino in Singapore that's just like the 3 towers with like the ship on top of it. That building like gives me anxiety just looking at it. Dwarf has begun a mysterious construction. Seems like everybody in Halcyon ended their stream super early today. Did Jess's internet go out again, Infinity? I don't normally see you here unless everybody else has gone offline early. Nothing can climb over overhangs, no. But there are some things that can jump up single wall high overhangs. But that's not climbing over. There's lots of things that can climb walls, though. Those things are rather uncommon? No. If you want an impenetrable base, build 2 Z level high and then overhang out 1. It's the only way to actually make it impenetrable. Delete that squad because I don't need them right now. Yeah, and then also roof over for flyers, because the enemies can attack you with flying units once. The scariest attack I ever got was I was attacked by elves that had been assimilated by goblins, so they were wielding steel and iron weapons, and they were flying giant undead ravens. Was the fastest a fortress I ever had fall to enemy siege. One of the few times it's actually happened. They just flew up, over, and into the fort. They were into the fort before I even knew what was going on, and everybody just died. And I was just sitting there going like, well, oops. I guess I die now. I've always wanted to see an enemy soldier mounted on an undead whale, but just because I think that would be hysterical and a very funny way to die. I just want to see a goblin going like, charge, on top of an undead whale. It's like one of my dreams. It's the way I dream about dying in Dwarf Fort. Dominant Crafts and others have returned. Well, they've returned. Let's see how it went. We went out to raise ore strokes. Ryo Shinkat led the attack, and the defenders were led by the Dwarf Necromancer Unib Backgravel. Backgravel is what I call my back pain. And Ryo Shinkat outmatched the Necromancer with a cunning plan, and the attackers had a strong positional advantage. They clashed with 10 creatures of Lidsum and Orstroke, slaying 5. They clashed with 15 Bale's Experiments, slaying 5. The Dominant Crafts, led by Moose Moose, clashed with 12 Dogs of Aslath, slaying 5. The Hound of Uthros was ripped. We killed another Hound of Uthros, killed another Dog of Aslingth. We killed a Necromancer named Domas, who seems to have been a bit of a Domas. We killed Unib, Backgravel, the guy who led the defense initially. And then we clashed with a bunch of creatures, and we rampaged throughout Orestrokes, and the Earthen Feed fled Orestrokes, and the Armored Boots destroyed Orestrokes. That's what they get for attacking us like that. Watch us still get invaded by their creatures. Yeah, there it goes. It's dead. So we can now go and explore the site safely, if we wanted, and steal their books and stuff. But, my god. We did it, chat. We took them out, finally. The Goblin Hamlet of Ape Busy. It's a funny name. What's up, non-major nerd? Hope you're doing well. Yeah, the Hillocks of Mountain Man is also a pretty good name. I still think my favorite one was Late Hex, which I've destroyed already, which was around here somewhere. It's Hex Ankle. Yeah, there's Late Hex. See, it's Late Hex. It's just, you have to say it slowly or it sounds like you're saying latex. Just slithering along the ground slowly. Yeah, exactly, Apton. Exactly, with the Goblin Screaming Charge on top of it. You started a new fort and you're planning on having a tavern, having a housing and a tavern outside. Oh, that sounds exciting. Also sounds real difficult to stay alive unless your world's pretty peaceful. Kinky Mission already destroyed it, so. I'm all for some latex, though. A friend of mine once said life is boring without a little bit of lace and leather. There's nothing like a good pair of shoes. But, probably go knock this one out. Says that I have a... Alright, well anyway, sending them back out. Settled in serene, mirthful? That's not too bad. Should be doable. Oh, that's kind of cool.
Madness.
Madness?
Stone Hobo.
I haven't seen you in like a week, Hobo. How you been? Yeet. Watching Leafs beat your home team, I see. How's things been, dude? The miner has created Zungo Balbalad. Balbalad? A marble hatch cover, and claims it as an heirloom in the name of the family ancestor, Lagalista. Tong's Phantoms. And I think I know what I'm going to do with this. I do wonder how this dwarf is related, though. How were you related to that dwarf? Oh man, right, this version doesn't tell you. Must have been a parent then. Last night was a fucking disgrace. The cats could not complete a pass to save their fucking life. Well, that sucks. Zugob Balad Kazig Zeng is a marble hatch cover. All craft store ship is of the highest quality. It is encrusted with round amethyst cabochons and studded with iron. This object is adorned with hanging rings of amethyst and menaces with spikes of lapis lazuli, with spikes of lapis lazuli and sangaro rib wood. On the item is an image of dwarves in marble. The dwarves are traveling. The artwork relates to the formation of Heatstone by the armored boots of the tufted urns in the early spring of 282. So this fort is not quite 15 years old. On the item is an image of dwarves in ibex bone. On the item, the dwarves are striking a triumphant pose. The artwork relates to the wrestling competition held in the tufted urns in painted fliles as part of the Festival of Crafts in the midsummer of 95 during the 31st wrestling competition of the Festival of Crafts. Cool. I like that. But this needs to be rebuilt up here, so. Speaking of things that need to be done. But aside from your hockey team losing, Hobo, how's things been? While you were watching that game, I got raided by Anthro, friend of the show, friend of the channel, who literally had the title on his stream, Go Leaves, so sorry for your loss, man. Unforgettable WrestleMania of 95. Yeah, I wish that we had competitions and such. I feel like after that mini brainstorming session during the last stream with Zach and Tarn, it's super doable too. But, you know. Actually, let's just put a door up here. You just wanted to avoid the sweep curse, Euphilia? I mean, as somebody who used to watch a lot of hockey, I got bad news for you. Momentum is everything. But good luck to your team. I don't particularly care, although just a certain bar I like going to is slightly less tolerable when it's full of Leaves fans all the time. They're not the worst, they're just loud, and I like to be quiet-ish at bars generally. Oh, also, Hobo, you weren't here the last couple days, so I guess you probably missed this story, but went to that bar that I like going to on Monday, and normally generally it's not that busy of a bar, but usually people actually talk at that bar, which is why I go to it. I generally like going to bars as like a halfway a social thing. It's nice to just end up in conversations with people you haven't met before, right? It's like half the reason to go to a bar. And it's a hotel bar, so sometimes we get tourists and like random people who you don't generally expect. And there was a couple that showed up from Texas. And they started asking questions about liquor laws around, started asking the bartender questions about the liquor laws in the area. And then everybody just kind of started talking to them and started like telling them things to do in Vancouver, and like just giving them tourism advice essentially. And very quickly they started buying shots of tequila for everybody at the bar. So 4 shots of tequila and a shot of whiskey later, that is the most alcohol I've ever gotten for $30 spent in my life. Spent $30 on drinks. I bought 1 mixed drink for myself and 2 beers for myself. And I got a shit ton of alcohol for free. Barely made it home. But made it home. Head was hurting after that. It was a really weird combination of people talking at the bar. It was like some guy who was working in construction here locally who was originally from Scotland. 2 people from Texas, 2 locals, and then me. Another local, I guess. You exist again, welcome back. Funeral-related things are done. It's good to be through with that. It's always a hard process, but it's always kind of a relief when it's over. So that was my Sunday. When I streamed on Monday, slightly hungover. Surprisingly not that hungover. Okay, it was mostly fine, but... Yep. That mixture makes your stomach anxious. I mean, I didn't throw up. It actually... I think I can count on one hand the number of times I've actually, like, gotten drunk enough to puke. Actually not been that many times. Also, the cocktail I had was an old-fashioned, so I technically had, I guess, just 3 shots of whiskey, because old-fashioned is just 2 shots of whiskey, basically. It's like the only mixed drink I like. Artifact was seen being passed to a thief. So, you remember how we were all sus about that, that human poet that just walked past everybody? I'm pretty sure that's the human poet. Who's now listed as a human criminal. Of course they're a criminal. I mean, they walked right past all of those creatures. Also, Nerev is still tantruming. Some things never change. But he didn't actually get the artifact, so that's good. Path of Acra continues to be addicting. Yep. And another YouTuber friend of mine, Nukrim, was playing it last night. So I think that game's going to get more coverage. Yeah, I kind of spy on what Nukrim's going to cover because, like, he's on my Steam friends list, so I always kind of have an idea of what he's going to be doing. And usually if he plays something for more than an hour, he's going to make a video about it. I used to always get really annoyed by his YouTube videos of Dwarf Fort because he would literally just, like, verbatim read the wiki and sometimes get information wrong. Like, on a lot of his older tutorials, he would just read the wiki and not always read the wiki for the correct version. So sometimes I would watch his tutorials and be like, that's not right! But, like, you know, it's fine. Just waiting for the ad to end before I really keep talking. You know, a good bar and the owner and his donator and the Asia diner and the Italian diner besides it. He would finance one night. That would require me to fly to Germany. I have family in Germany, actually. Quite a lot of family in Germany. I also have family in Holland. I don't know. I don't like flying. I honestly, like, and this is me being, like, completely honest with you guys right now, chat. There's 3 things that could make me go to Europe right now. And 2 of them are very unlikely to happen. 1, my channel quadruples in size again like it was back during December, so I could, like, actually afford to take the time off, because I'm back down to the point now where, like, I can't really afford to take a lot of time off. And flying from where I am to Germany is literally flying all the way around the planet, like halfway around the planet, which is like minimum 18 to 20 hours of travel. So it's like 2 days worth of traveling. So if I'm going to do that, then I'm going to stay out there for a while. That's the first thing that could make me go to Europe. The second thing that could make me go to Europe would be going to Vaken, which I'm kind of low-key planning on doing in like 3 years, maybe. I'm kind of slowly saving to do that because I really want to go to Vaken. And then the third thing that can make me go to Europe is cute girl, but that's never going to happen. So I don't see myself going to Europe anytime soon. Maybe someday. You got cute girls? Yeah, well, unfortunately, I'm pretty invisible. Is friendly fire a thing? Yes. But pretty unlikely. Your dwarves won't generally friendly fire each other. Your catapults can friendly fire each other. Oh no, maybe it wasn't that human poet. This is the human poet. Finally finished making those steel mail shirts. But, Anander, in regards to the new Legend of Zelda, I mean, you don't have to buy it. You could, you know, like, not buy it. You don't have to. Consumerism isn't required. You know this, right? I mean, I'm just gonna do this, skinnies, because I don't want to read that message anymore. But no, your dwarves are like practically like Jedi when it comes to dodging. They're so good at dodging, they're more likely to die because they dodged into something than anything else. Either or. Into a volcano, off the side of a volcano, off of a cliff, into the one puddle of lava in the middle of the floor, you know, the usual. Any and all of the above. Really? Earthquake? What? Someone just had an earthquake? Where? California? Like right now? What magnitude? That's one thing that Twitter actually is really good for, is figuring out where earthquakes are happening right when they happen. I love how this dwarf just hasn't left the map yet to go fight Cruel Spy because he fell asleep. Their house slightly giggles. Earthquake, California. Oh wow, 5.5 at 4:19 p.m. Smoke them if you got them. Yeah, that's not small. I like the idea of your house giggling more than your house jiggling. Just me though. Wow, that's like, yeah, yeah, that's enough that you'd feel it. We had an earthquake here a couple of years ago, which was kind of hysterical because it happened while I was working night shift at my old job. And I was working the shift. And then, like, I was kind of in a corner where no one could see me, and then I randomly just, like, lost balance, felt the ground shift out from under me, and I fell over. Fell on my ass. And I was like, what the fuck was that? Got up, ran around to the front of the building, and asked the other crew members, like, in the kitchen. I was like, anybody else feel that? And they were like, what? I was like, we just had an earthquake. Like, no, we didn't. And I was like, no, I swear, we just had an earthquake. What the hell? And then 2 people came running in from outside saying, did you guys feel that? I was like, fine, thank you. I'm not nuts. Or initially, I thought I was going insane. Because I was just cleaning up and getting ready for close. No, I live in Greater Vancouver area, British Columbia, Canada, so no, we get earthquakes pretty frequently. About as often as California does, anyway. Like, we're on a fault line. Hurricanes of Worth wishes to reside for the purpose of entertainment. You know what? I'll take them, because frankly, I need some more population. I don't know what they are or who they are, but let's find out. It's that one human poet. Oh, would you look at that? Well, welcome to the fort, human poet, who is kind of sus. This must be thinking their weed was extra potent. You know, my experience with earthquakes is usually I just sleep through them. Interrogate? But he's mine. He's my friend. I don't actually have any open cases to interrogate him with, so I can't. We're beating narrative again. This fort's rad as hell. I'm so happy with how this entryway turned out. It's one of the better ones I've built. I also like that it kind of feels like one of the generated ones from the overworld with all these random rooms up top. I mean, I've still got a lot of work to do. I mean, this fort's kind of turning into a overworld extermination campaign. The problem is, haven't been able to trade with my home faction for a while, and I really need to. Although, speaking of my home faction, apparently my allies were able to take out this, like, goblin pit all the way down there. That's kind of crazy. I also need to just start building a pit mine somewhere, I think. Which is probably actually just gonna be the entryway. Pit mine. You see some Civ leader in the blue ocean? What? What do you mean? By Civ leader in the blue ocean? Nerv is throwing a tantrum. But yeah, no, I think this fort looks rad. I think I've done a very good job on it. Our profile in the way. Huh. Oh, I see what you mean. I was gonna say the game was claiming the frame rate was 50, but I was like, no, it's definitely 30. Definitely not 50. Lowish right corner. I feel like this is one of those instances where I would need you to like screenshot something and then like trace it in MS Paint because I don't see it at all. But I believe you. That you're seeing like a human face in the ocean or something. Dominant crafts have returned. Let's get them back to training. We raised this location. Uh-oh. Ryoshin Cat outmatched the goblin with a gun and cunning plan, and we had a strong advantage. We struck down 1, 2, 3 goblins, looted treasure, and the forces of the armored boots rampaged throughout Cruel Spy. But I don't think we actually destroyed Cruel Spy. No, we didn't. Welcome back to the Dominant Crafts. You did just wake up. You're working super late now? I know that you were saying last night, like, that you were starting work in 15 minutes or something, right, when I raided Tom, and I was like, oh my god. He's working late. I mean, I misread it for a second there, Shinkat. Not intentionally trying to scare you here. We'll say, today's flown by. Sometimes streams feel like they're taking a little longer, but today flew by. I think I might dig all of this out around the edges of this and then fill in the edges with walls. I'm gonna dig out chunks of this. Do all that. We'll keep digging out this layer. Neighbor's yappy dog is making yappy sounds. Uh-oh. Kind of screwed this up. Phone just vibrated and it startled the hell out of me for some reason. I need to make iron corkscrews and iron pump pipe sections. Screw and iron pipe. Nothing of importance. Such grand hallways. Why are you laughing at me? Over my grand hallways. What's so funny about my grand hallways, sir? I'll have you know I worked hard for those grand hallways. My family slaved away for generations for these grand hallways. And you're just gonna make fun of my grand hallways like that? I'm very offended. I'll have you know. I don't know why I'm offended, but let's drop you down there and you up there. It's my mom texting me. You know, it's funny. I've been telling my mom for years to not text me while I'm streaming, but one of these days she'll figure that out. I'm apparently demanding we need bucklers. And what's the other thing? Oh. Buckets and large gems. What's up, Nerf Scuttler? How's things? I actually have to chop down trees for once. Gimli will be thrilled. How's stream going? Pretty good. A little slow in some ways, but enjoyable. Good conversations. Do I have my demands rates lowered by default? Demands rates. What do you mean by demands? Like the amount that the nobles demand? I generally just kind of ignore them. Like I let dwarves go to prison for not completing the demands usually. I pay attention to them when I need to. Otherwise, I just accept like the occasional dwarf's just gonna go to prison. I don't lower them. No. They are set to the default. Why do you ask? Do they seem less frequent or something, or am I just not completing them enough? Because I'm certainly not completing them enough. For a second there, that cozy emote, I thought that was like a little yellow dude blowing a big bubble of bubble gum. And now that I've zoomed in, I realize that it's a Yoshi in a blanket. I thought that the nose was like bubble gum at a glance. You found them fairly overwhelming. You only actually need, you have, it's 6 months to half a year to complete them. They start to get annoyed after half a year. After 3 months, then they go to red, and then if you don't complete them. So you only actually have to do them twice a year. If you complete them, and they are like a greedy person and they really want to demand more, they will automatically demand more immediately. Yeah, that looked like bubblegum to me for a second because of the position of the nose, but I should have come to sooner when I went because of the fact that you also have like Toad or Captain Toad. It was one of my favorite games on the Wii U actually. Captain Toad. Goblin Bard visiting. Gimli made a masterpiece pigtail dress. And we're moving into winter. To blame the most useful dwarves, they blame high-skilled dwarves because those are dwarves in positions of power. You know, I get that, like, Super Mario Brothers movies is cool and all, but, like, what if they just made a Captain Toad TV show that were all just, like, Indiana Jones parodies, like an 8-part series or something? What if they just did that? You know what's the worst part about being a YouTube partner? Is this shit. I don't like these thumbnails, and I can't make these go away. It's always here. It's always like this guy or somebody else staring at me with like a big stupid grin on their face that they look like they're under threat of being fired if they don't smile like a crazy person. I hate it so much. It never goes away. Please go away. Please stop it. Those videos aren't even helpful. How do I know? I don't. But it looks like he is. Have you seen his face recently? Like, geez, man. The YouTube algorithm is part of the HR talent management. Jesus. Same energy, pretty much, yeah. You know, Crypt Wide Pog was just like a joke that somebody made. I was like, why don't you make like a flat wide version of this emote? I'm like, that sounds like a horrible idea. And then we made the better Twitch TV versions. And then I was like, guys, if we get another 100 subscribers back when I was getting like, 1,000 concurrent viewers per day, and I went for reference chat, back in December, when we were averaging like, 1,100 concurrent viewers at the start of Dwarf. Yeah, that one. I was getting like 150 to 250 subs a day. And Diamond made that variant, the mirrored. I'm like, just mirror it. Mirror it from the original one. And then I was like, guys, if we get another 200 subs, I'll make that into a sub emote. And then someone's like, why would I want that as a sub emote? I'm like, well, because I'll leave the Better Twitch TV one up. Like, you can have both. Why not both? So now we have both. So now you can go, now if you subscribe to me, you can make them kiss, which is, you know, even better. Then it can truly be Hot Dwarf Summer. Oh man, I think I just figured out my stream title for next week. Well, that's settled then. He has to have at least 37 pieces of flair in the video to show his community support. Yeah, I don't know, man. Well, we're mining all this out. Finish this. There you go, you're all good. Logs getting constructed. What? There we go. I do like to think that the combos of emotes that we have in this channel are like some of the better combos on Twitch. Maybe I'm biased, but I'm pretty sure that our emos are pretty A+ tier. I'm not gonna quite go S tier, but I'm gonna go A+ tier. Like, why is that dwarf taking so long to construct that? Game's paused. I'm going to do exactly the same thing that I did when Fortress mode released. Which means there will suddenly be like 45 tutorials on YouTube. Maybe not. At least a dozen tutorials on YouTube are going to go up overnight on things like how to make a fire, how to train swimming, how to craft a weapon, how to claim a site, how to explore in the overworld, how to find your fortress, how to locate a thing, how to complete a quest, how to do all that stuff. Because I have all of that knowledge up here. I needed to do it. And explain to people, no, you can't dig. How to recruit party members, how to tame random animals, how to be a necromancer, how to invade a fun spire. How do you raise the subscriber count up? It takes a little bit. I mean, it's currently sitting at 940, right? I'm assuming you just subscribed, right? It takes a little bit. Although I don't know if it actually goes up unless you trigger your notification. It takes a while, but it goes up instantly if you trigger your notification, which I don't think you've done. You have to refresh to get the notif. First sub ever? Wow. Were the ads that annoying? I'm sorry. But yeah, if you refresh the stream, you'll get a notification. Yeah, you hit share. And then you'll get the I guess for you technically it'll be a resub notification because you've been gifted subs a couple times. laid eggs? Nope. 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 I tried to grab water vapor earlier, you missed? Fortunately, it wasn't a particularly puzzly experience like missed. There you go. You did it. But yeah, it should just go up slowly. It's all automated. I wouldn't do it if it was manual. I'm lazy. Chat, can I get a couple beers for Gristith subscribing to me for the first time by themselves? The first channel I subbed to like 92 months ago or something. I remember looking because it like, and there's a Twitch history thing. You can go see every channel you've ever subbed to, and if I was still subbed, I'd be in the high 90s for that. But like almost I think every single channel that I've subscribed to and back in those days like doesn't stream anymore like at all. So few channels are left from back in the day. But seriously, man, thank you. Got a bunch of these to put away. Properly memorialized dwarves. That is a very specific reference to a very specific evening. And also, no, I was already completely and utterly blasted and somebody handed me a Corona. But I am a craft beer nut. No. Corona is not good. But Hobo is one of the few people who's quite literally seen me so wasted that, like, I think he probably carried me to the Uber. Good memories, though. Good times. I mean, Corona's fine. It's drinkable. It's just not my first choice of a lager. That's all right for a Mexican lager, though. But my beer brand of choice, unless you're from Vancouver, you won't know any of these. Probably my favorite local brewery would be Fieldhouse Brewing. Close seconded up by Strathcona Brewing. Also a really big fan of Ile Sauvage, which is a Vancouver Island brewery. I don't really drink macro brews. Usually, like, if I go to a bar and, like, all they have is, like, big brand stuff, I will, I can't say I've ever had it, so can't say. Aaron. If I go somewhere that, like, all they have is, like, the standard big brand stuff, I will just get old fashions or gin and tonics. I like whiskey. I like scotch. Quite a big fan of blended scotch. I've learned over the years that I actually kind of like tequila, but I don't know anything about tequila. The only mixed drinks I really drink are very simple drinks. Not a huge fan of sugary stuff. Jerry Gord is tantruming? That's a goddamn shame. Apparently Jerry Gord's going to prison or getting a beating, one of the two. Sorry, Jerry Gord, if you're watching. No sentence pending just yet. What else do I like? I don't know. I am a substance abuser, I guess. I like weed, I like things that grow in the ground, and I like And I like alcohol. But if it's pills or powders or prods, I'm out. Beep, 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 beep. Or someone just has to be generous and bestow a gift sub upon your soul, Anander. We're just kind of in a lull right now with that, I think, because of charity. Everybody threw their budget at charity at the beginning of the month. I said I like things that grow in the ground, and weed grows in the ground, my dude. Gloves, thanks for gifting a sub to Anander. Welcome back for a 14th month, Anander. So as a gardener, I would just like to inform you that plants grow from the ground. So you have to plant plants in the ground to grow them. So thus, I consider a plant that grows in the ground to be something that comes from the ground. What? I know, right? Shocker. Weed grows in the ground. Yeah, I'm just here trying to convert you to the woke agenda. That weed comes from the ground. Blind as a druid? Damn fucking right, dude. This is why I have 45 spiders living in my house right now. Weed and things that grow in the ground. Did I count them? No, that was a rough estimate based on the last time I looked at the ceiling. Also, as somebody who votes liberal, yeah, I guess that is liberal propaganda. This entire stream is liberal propaganda to a degree. Do I like Illivite? Never heard of him. Stormin Chow, thank you very much for that brand new Prime subscription. Welcome to the channel. And things. Yeah, I've been listening to Illivite since that album came out. Yeah, they're fun. I've missed seeing them live twice. I had tickets to go see them in 2019, and I fucking should have. But they were playing here with Corpaclani at a local metal venue the day I got back from TwitchCon. So it would have been like I land at 4 p.m. flying back from San Diego, land, and then I would have had to go straight from the airport to the show. So I was just like, no, just no. Didn't do it. I didn't do it. I went home and slept. I was fucking dead. It was a good trip. San Diego was fun, but no. So I instead made good by randomly flying to Vegas in November to hang out with Stoned Hobo, and we went and saw Amon Amarth. Worth it. Right now, I'm just trying really hard to not go see Disturbed tomorrow, because it's at a venue that I hate in a location that sucks, and I would have to get an Uber or a taxi home afterwards because public transit to that area shuts down, and it would be like $150 for the taxi home. I really don't want to do that. Those are the guys with the beer. Yes, they're the ones who wrote a song called Beer, a song called Vodka. I'm pretty sure they also have a song for whiskey. Yeah, they just write, they're the Finnish band that writes songs about alcohol. But they also like have really good, like legit good songs as well. I think it's called Rauta is my favorite song by them. I can't pronounce any of their music, okay? And tequila, yes. Yes, tequila, that's the other one. I don't know. No, the next major show that I'm going to that I have tickets to that I'm very excited about is mid-July. I'm going to go see Devin Townsend, Animals as Leaders, and Dream Theater. On later this month, I'm going to go see, I think it's on the 21st. I'm going to go see Hacken and Archeco, I think is the name of the band. I don't really know Archeco, but they seem cool from like the 10 seconds I watched. But I like Hacken. Fauna's a great album. Trying to think. Other shows. Yeah, I don't know. No, pre-pandemic and pre-pandemic, but also like 5 years or so before. Back in like between 2014 and 2017, I was going to 3 to 5 shows per month, all metal. So, yeah, I'm a metalhead, I suppose. Ever heard of DJ Cure? No? I know about The Cure. What kind of music is DJ Cure? Generally, my repertoire is like jazz, classical, and then all types of metal. And then some weird electronic shit, but not too much. As in, like, I listen to a lot of Boy Harsher and various other, like, drone and noise stuff. Weird electronic shit? Never heard of him. Nope. No, they did not. Krista. No, they did not. Deal with Jerry Gordon that tantrum. Nope. Whew, it is warm in here today. I'm sweating. I would say well, maybe not the weirdest, but probably my favorite electronic group is the Canadian band Holy Fuck. Just good, weird electronic stuff. Ah, that would be why. I don't generally listen to dubstep. Dubstep is just kind of an open, blatant mockery of interesting music. Like, I'll listen to it in a concert if it's in front of me, but I don't go out of my way to listen to it or know any artists, really. Outside of, like, you know, the usual suspects that everybody knows because it's impossible to avoid them. Like Excision and such. As in the band Polyphia? I don't particularly like the band Polyphia because they're a bunch of stuck-up dweebs. Ironically, it's like Polyphia, Tesseract, and those guys, like, It's like, I kind of draw the line of, like, Animals as Leaders. Electro Vomit? I mean, Hobo likes dubstep. Dubstep is extremely stupid. I don't like listening to dubstep, but if I end up at a show and they're playing dubstep, I won't complain. It's fun music to listen to while extraordinarily inebriated, but anything outside of that, not really. Captain of the Guard. Oh man, why you gotta be so mean? Stop beating up Jerry Gord. Captain of the Guard. Captain of the Guard punches the Duchess in the head with the right hand, prison them. At least we're just punching him. Duchess will be fine. She'll be fine. Not familiar, Ryoshin Cat. Also, calling people uneducated with a smiley face there requires me to ask you to apologize, because that's just mean, my dude. What am I building here? A support for my front staircase so my brain doesn't melt when I remove the entirety of the bottom half of this mountain. Just because people don't have exactly the same taste in music as you doesn't mean people are uneducated, right? And if you're gonna go around calling people uneducated for having different taste in music or having different interests, it's not really a very good way to get people interested in your taste of music. It just makes people look at you like, the fuck, right? So don't make your taste in music look bad by calling people uneducated. Grow up and realize that some people are not necessarily into exactly the same stuff that you're into. You had a summer of almost no chilies. My chili plants are growing. I will definitely be posting my progress once I have like plants that are actually in pots again instead of just in tiny planters. But yeah, I don't appreciate you calling me or my chat uneducated. Period. Be a better person than that. Have I like dug out this too far? No, they can get up.
Well said, Crypt Wine.
Well, thanks for doubling today's revenue, Jazz. Appreciate you, dude. It's literally not knowing about real dubstep. So hold on a second. Are you doubling down? What if I don't care? There's a difference between lack of education and just simply not caring. You really want to do this? I don't think you do. Back up. If you want to help people get into your type of music, calling people uneducated is going to make them get aggro and push back. As somebody who likes black metal, which generally is a genre that a lot of people push away from, I am courteous and try and introduce people by showing them things that are easier to get into that I like, that are maybe a little bit less harsh. And you're just here saying, oh, y'all are fucking uneducated. Well, no shit. Because we have different taste in music than you. And yes, this is about taste, and you're being a cunt. Now that we're even on insults, I don't care about dubstep in particular. It's not a sound profile that I like. I generally find the musical structure and contents of the music rather uninteresting and dull, and would much rather listen to some, like, down-tempo electro if I'm gonna listen to electronic music. I really like ambient stuff as well. Listen to a lot of Boards of Canada and Aphex Twin. So, call me your fucking cunt. Christ almighty. Now, it was extraordinarily insulting. You're saying people are uneducated. That is extremely insulting in any context. And then you doubled down and tripled down. So you got my actual response. Your musical tastes are refined and elegant. I mean, what was I listening to? I mean, my musical taste is questionable and terrible on a good day. But I do not appreciate being referred to as uneducated. Period. By anybody.
Epic rant is epic.
You
Crypt
don't
rocks.
you don't have the right to say that. And saying that just makes you the little person. It makes you the uneducated one because you're insulting people with no like actual grounds. And you can go around saying that like I'm not intending to be insulting you. You're doing a very, very good job of it. Okay, so we've cut around the top of this. We can start filling this in. I don't know if it's a lyrical masterpiece, but it's certainly catchy. It's like I could go grab some of my drum and bass records if you like. That's a genre I like. But frankly, I don't want to give you the time of day for calling me uneducated. You called people uneducated. You called people uneducated. The only person who said anything that was insulting was you. You started this, you dug this hole, you built this for yourself, you live here now. Fantastic. I'm very proud of you. You were a very, very big, amazing, wonderful person, Baron Grimswald. I am so happy for you that you produced dub yourself for 25 years. I played in an orchestra and cello for 15. And I can also do this and save us all a headache. All right. So, you want to talk about music that's actually fun to talk about that, like, doesn't get you insulted by so-called experts for being uneducated in a rather niche genre of electronic music? Ay. LC Megadeth released a new album last year. I do my best to ignore everything that Megadeth does. Oy. Show me your genitals. Please don't actually. I like most music unless I don't. That's a fair take, sir. You said the thing, Bucket Glass. It's the only natural response. But TLDR to anybody who stumbled in the middle of that.
This is a bad time.
No, it's
the
not. You're
world
good.
outside is scary and bad. I
It's
like
fine.
that I can come here and it has a generally chill atmosphere. And the only thing we have to worry about is dwarfs.
Hey, Geek2 Games. Thanks for the 10th
keeping
month.
this
Welcome
place
back.
Like it is.
I just TLDR. I spent a lot of time in my life taking classical music training, right? A lot of people write off classical music just by default because for some reason there's this weird elitist dislike of classical music by a lot of young people. And something that I've learned over the years is that if you want to help people learn about a specific type of music that you like, especially if it's a niche genre like this person very much doesn't seem to understand how to do. If you would like to educate people on music that you're into, the best way to do it is to be courteous and kind and offer resources and links and post things that you like. Otherwise, you just come across like a stuck-up elitist. And that's it, right? Like I could start naming random thrash metal bands that none of you have ever heard of. But I also realize that thrash isn't necessarily the most popular genre of metal. And so generally I just talk about all the stuff that's, on Nuclear Blast that most people have heard of, the common power metal things that are, from my opinion, like generally not that great and not really what I consider metal in a lot of cases. And I'm never going to call somebody uneducated because you haven't heard of Terrifier, So when somebody does that, it's extraordinarily difficult for me to not get incredibly frustrated and frankly mean to them, because it's like, I realize that my type of music is the weird one. So if you're extraordinarily obsessed with an extremely niche genre of music, Terrifier is a spell from Final Fantasy. It's spelled Terrifier, but like, or like Exciter, or one of those other random ass dumb bands. Like, if you want to help somebody learn something, doing what that person was doing is the best way to make sure that they never want to listen to it. It's the best way to push people away from something. Calling people uneducated is also an excellent way to make sure that nobody wants to listen to what you're into. If your response is, you're uneducated, you are never going to grow your genre or get other people interested in music that you like. I mean, if I Wrestled a Bear Once is a band, anything can be a band. So, hope I've made my piece clear. Sorry about the rant. I don't like having to ban people from my chat. It sucks. Especially people who've been hanging around a lot recently, because, like, numbers have been dwindling. And I need every person I can get. We've dropped off a lot in the last couple weeks. Just from other big releases and people dropping off from Dwarf. I don't want to have to do that ever. It sucks. But if you're going to be an extraordinarily rude person and then double down and triple down and quadruple down, like, come on. I don't need those types of people here. Have you been here for a little bit, Bane, or did you just get here? Because I banned somebody from my chat a couple of minutes ago for calling us uneducated for not knowing who some random DJ from 15 years ago was who wrote dubstep and then called us all uneducated. And it's like, wait, hold on a second. Are you trying to help us get into your genre, or are you just trying to be a doofus McGee? Because I think it's the latter. So I'm just kind of ranting halfway now, because I banned somebody and I kind of feel bad about it because I don't like having to ban people. I know some people maybe don't necessarily believe me on that one, but it sucks. That you can't even find on Spotify. Oh, well, there you go. A dragon died to a falling tree. I once had a titan die to a falling tree it burnt. It was a titan made out of flame that what's the word? It was a titan made of flame with horns and wings. It was flying around like attacking stuff, and there was a dead body in the tree, and it burnt down the tree, and the leaves fell, and then the body fell on and crushed him. Only trees can stop forest fires? Well, if the trees stop, so do the forest fires. But how you been, Bane? How's things, man? Today's been kind of a weird chimp. Was there a time there was a time that your game glitched out and there was a 9-headed Hydra that came into your fort, captured it and trained it, and then somehow it became everyone's relative and or father? Was that in this version? Because there was a bug for a while there where if there wasn't an asset available, it would just pull the nearest, like, if it looked like this and there wasn't assets available for them, it would just pull a random image, and for some reason it would pull the Hydra or Dragon or whatever the nearest Mega Beast to your fort was. Got patched out in like the first or second patch after this version. I know, as far as soundtracks go, a lot of people got into metal because of Guitar Hero. So you're not going to be first? It's okay. I hope you have a wonderful vacation. What are you doing on your vacation, if I can ask, Baka? But, Rolf, you have a good night. Snooze well, snooze well, dude. Cancun? Oh, damn right. Well, you have a good time. Enjoy yourself. Diving and fishing? Have a great time. Because of Camelot and Epica. I can't think of any Epica riffs off the top of my head. I know I've listened to Epica, but Camelot's a thing. Camelot with a K. Remember a friend of mine introducing me to that band. Good times. Good memories. The lag is from digging, probably, if I had to bet. What to do when the freaking Dwarven child gets a Fey mood and it just doesn't go anywhere? You've built all the possible workshops and all the resources. You like some sketchy workshop, or it just happens. You are missing a workshop. Have they not claimed? I'm assuming they haven't claimed a workshop, yeah? Go get your fresh air, True Freak. You like Camelot? I have nothing against Camelot. I wouldn't say that I like Camelot, though. They are a band that exists, is about all I can really say about Camelot. And the one time I saw Lacuna Coil, they played a Camelot cover. Oh, speaking of bands that I'm like, man, I don't know if I really like this band anymore. I saw Within Temptation once. They put on a really good show. But yeah, no, you have to, for kids, it's usually a crafts dwarf shop they want, or a carpenter shop, or a masonry shop. But literally just build one of every workshop if they haven't claimed a workshop yet. Like, I would literally just make one, like, literally just go down the list. Just make one of every workshop. I used to really like Nightwish as well, but I haven't listened to Nightwish in a very, 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 very long time. Nightwish was like me when I was 13, and I've kind of moved on. I would say that my favorite era of Nightwish was probably Wishmaster, and that's been, I think that was the name of that song? God, it's been a long time. I mean, Nightwish is kind of just the band that always has a new singer for each album these days. Since Marco left, though, I don't think I would listen to them anymore. Because honestly, the reason I continued listening to Nightwish over the years was Marco. Could be, yeah, it could be Glass. Glass is tough. I've never seen Nightwish live, actually. I used to watch their concerts on YouTube when I was a little bit younger. Like, all the time. I believe it. There is. Not gonna lie, I kind of feel fucking terrible. There's nothing that makes me feel worse than having to shit on somebody's music taste because they're being an asshole about it. Literally the worst thing. As somebody who, like, is a self-described music obsessive who loves music, the only thing I really want when there's a type of music I don't know much about is somebody to just simply explain their taste and what they know and share and be awesome about different types of music. But man, it doesn't change the fact that I feel like garbage. Oh man. I'm just waiting for all of this mining to be done before we do much more construction. We really need to trade. I think something I'm going to do... Are there any factions on here I'm not trading with? Not really. Okay, so what... Could go collect books from monasteries, because there's a few. Like down here. No civilized population, as an example. Goblin Helix down there. Apparently we're at peace with one of the Goblin factions. That doesn't make much sense.
It may not help, but a bit for the spirits.
Well, I mean, you're 90% of today's revenue, Jazz, so for whatever that's worth. I mean, if I was in Star Wars, I absolutely would be a Sith. I mean, being a Jedi is basically the equivalent to being a Catholic priest. They're so boring. But thanks for the 10 bucks, Jazz. Cheers. A priest cop? Yeah. Like, literally, you get to... It's existing in the perma no fun zone. Isn't that just called being a scoundrel? Like, what's his face that you play in the Dark Forces games? Can I just complain? So I'm not a Star Wars fan anymore. I'm out of that fandom quite a long time ago now. I gotta say, I really don't like the fact that Respawn's Star Wars games are called the Jedi series. Like, they could have done so much better. They could have called it anything else. They could have gone, like, you know, Shadows of the Empire. That's a great name for a franchise. They could have gone, like, Dark Forces. Great name for a Star Wars franchise game. Like, it's just... Come up with something. Don't just call it the Jedi franchise. Like, it's such a bad naming scheme. And, like, Survivor, no one's gonna remember that in a few years. It's like Star Wars Jedi, what was it called? Damn! Nerev, tier 3. Holy shit. That's big numbers. Thanks a ton. I owe you a custom sound command now. And also the normal ones. Hold on, let me add you to the normal ones. You should be able to use the normal sound commands now. Under the annoy me command. Battlefront is the only true Star Wars games? I liked Battlefront 1 and 2, the originals. Well, thank you. Just got paid? Well, take care of yourself first, yeah?
Cheese for everyone!
But being a Sith means you have to deal with people telling you that your vulnerabilities are bad. In Dark Forces, you could mine yourself up. Mine yourself up. What do you mean by mine yourself up? I only ever played TIE Fighter. I never played X-Wing versus TIE Fighter. I played one of the TIE Fighter games, and I played it once at a friend's house. Technically, they made 4 Dark Forces games. They made Star Wars Dark Forces 2, and then there was 2 spin-off games, which were the Jedi Knight games. Huge fan of KOTOR. I played the first one. Never played the second one. Never played the MMO. Similar, but not quite. I never played Squadrons. I watched quite a bit of it, though. Looked pretty cool. I know it would sound like just a senior's home simulator, but I've wished for a while. I also did the thing again where I was wondering why they were moving so slowly and then realized the game was paused. I kind of wish that they would make a TIE Fighter style game where you just drive walkers. Like, I wouldn't play it because I'm so far out of Star Wars fandom these days, and EA Games would make it, which double reason to not play it. But like, what if we just got like Mech Warrior, but you play as like an AT-AT pilot? I'm just saying. At least 1,000 copies of that game would sell. I'm definitely not just saying this because I'm a massive Mech Warrior fan. Battlefield 3. As Battlefront 3. As if Battlefront games, the modern ones, will ever be any good ever. They won't. I'd play it off stream. Maybe. And then deny it. A well-made Ewok game? I played them on the PC, but yeah. An Ewok survival game? It's an open... Actually, okay, so what if the forest, but you're an Ewok? Like, what if they just made the forest, but you're an Ewok? It's like you chop down trees and punch rocks, and you make a hammer, and then you build a little fort. Yeah, you build traps and throw rock. I mean, it makes perfect sense. And then, like, in the very end, you have to defend against the Empire, eventually. There would be a short tech tree. Well, I mean, naturally, Ewoks are quite short. Ewok tower defense. I mean, that could be cool. I'll never make it, though. EA Games will never make a good Star Wars game outside of the Respawn games. You know, another way that would be really cool to make Star Wars games that they'll never do is it would be really cool if they would make Star Wars games the way that, like, World War II plane simulator games work, where, like, instead of just making, you know, here is like an entire campaign. It's like, this is a game centered around one battle. Like, the whole game is just one battle. So it's just like Star Wars, Hoth. And it's just the Battle of Hoth. The entire game is just the Battle of Hoth. Like, you could do that. They'll never do it, but... A Star Wars overhaul for DF that made the elves Ewoks. I used to always play that on May the 4th. And also, it wasn't, there is a Star Wars mod for Dwarf Fortress, but it wasn't, you didn't play as the Ewoks, you played as Jawas. Isn't the Battlefield series that way? Yeah, but it's, like, just not very good. The modern Battlefront games are so bad. They are so bad. I know that people like those games, but my God, those games are bland and uninteresting. So much wasted potential. Like, they sell well because they have the Star Wars IP, but lots of games sell well because they just have the IP. Oh, well. I still maintain that they should just make, like, a mech warrior game, but you drive walkers from Star Wars. Well, yeah, because every game needs to be a live service and be an endless game with all kinds of different biomes and environments and variety when, like, you really need to do that? I mean, come on. Okay, so let's find out what's wrong with Jerry Gord, because Jerry Gord's been upset. Jerry Gord go? Oh, there you are. Conducting it. Why did you tantrum? You're not even pissed. Stressed and hungry. Oh, you're in prison currently. Well, oh, I see why you're... Okay, this is kind of hysterical. How long are you in prison for? He's trying to conduct a meeting with an unhappy citizen, but literally can't because in prison. 7 more days in prison. Okay, that's not so bad. But is repentant. Upset after dwelling upon wearing old clothing. Okay, we might just need new clothes. I don't have enough pigtail cloth. Block of glass. You have a dwarf, though. Yeah, right here. Block of glass, too. Would you like me to refund that? No. Well, I mean, the first one is you're still impervious to the effects of stress and in a constant state of internal rage, prone to feelings of lust. You're sometimes cruel. Your husband's dead. Probably why you're so pissed. You remember the Doctors Guild and the Stoneworkers Guild, and you are part of the Courageous Cult. Here, I'll refund that for you. Okay, so something I think I'm going to do. I'm tired of farming the way I'm farming. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to go all the way. Okay, no, I don't need to do it that way. I'm going to Courageous Cult sound peaceful. Oh yeah, no, totally. Very much so. I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to go find that aquifer. Because there's a heavy aquifer over here somewhere. So let's go find this aquifer. But I need to wait for those dwarves to, you know, get over here. Should increase the priority of that. I'm going to go find that aquifer. I got some things I got to do. Block of glass. Thank you very much for gifting a sub. Here's friend. Will I check out Darkest Dungeons 2? I didn't really like the first one. I don't have too much interest in Darkest Dungeons 2. I have this annoying thing, and this is honestly probably why my channel isn't bigger. It's very rare that new games interest me. So, I don't know, man. Currently, kind of unlikely. I don't know. Minefield farming, fort defense, and food production in one package. With added lava. What do you mean with added lava? Tekid has been found dead. Glass half empty. Did you just kill Tekid? I think you did. Tisk, 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 tisk. Yeah, dwarves don't eat intelligent creatures or sapient creatures. Cannibalism is not part of their ethics. Okay, so that's the aquifer right there. So it's on layer 25. I'm just going to channel down on the side here. That's a tall as hell cactus. Look, layer 1, 2, 1. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Damn, 10 layer tall cactus. Huge cactus. They're all different. And it depends on the world. It depends on what the humans have, what animals they've tamed. Goblins, it depends on what they have and what demons are on their side, whether or not they have ogres, whether or not they have undead on their side, whether or not they've got necromancers on their side. It varies from world to world. There is, like, Dwarf Fortress doesn't really have, like, a, is this harder than that? And it all just kind of takes time. And it's how much time are you willing to put in to it. But it varies wildly from world to world. To the Waves 3. What's the Waves 3? DF Hack does not currently have a build for the experimental branch, no. At least not as of this morning when I looked. Okay, so this is heavy aquifer. Now we know where the heavy aquifer is. Now that I've done that, I'm just making a water reservoir because we're going to need a biggish one in order for this to work the way I want to do it. This might actually be too big. The longest fortress I've ever had, exclamation point long death. Which is currently on permanent hiatus and unlikely to ever really come back. And before you ask, no, I don't actually recommend watching all of it. Although some people are. There's one person that's been watching every episode, and leaving timestamps with the number of miles that they've walked while listening to it, and I am kind of in awe at their dedication. Yes, I am doing exactly that, Linux. Working and trying to pay attention. Oh, don't worry about it. I don't know how many levers I currently have, but so that should be plenty. Starting from 5 through multiple forts. Long Death was a single fortress, which was bananas. I might do another long-term world, but uh-oh, we're very low in alcohol. I might do another long-term world at some point, but not for a while. And actually what I want to do here is I want to go up by 1. That's what I would like to do along here. No, it's not worthwhile doing that long. Absolutely not. Things get kind of static after about 200 years. Because all of the wars that could happen kind of play out, and the factions that win are going to win, and then you kind of get long eras of peace. You run out of forgotten beasts. At least when playing in one particular fort. If you're retiring the fort, so you know when you retire a fort and you start a new fortress, you see the calendar moving forward. What the game's doing there is it's moving time forward in the world. Right? You have to install either Better Twitch TV or FFZ and turn some features on to see them, Krista. So when you when you let the world gen run again for a little bit, what happens is the game words. I'm having a hard time like forming sentences right now for some reason. When World Gen moves forward, it allows World Gen activities to take over again. The formation of large fortresses, the formation of necromancer towers, villainous plots moving forward. I don't know, Grista. I set up Better Twitch TV ages ago, and I just have a little thingy, and I can't help you. I can't do tech support and also explain Dwarf Fortress at the same time. I'm sorry. So when the world moves forward a little bit, things happen in the world. New wars start, alliances get formed, forts dig too deep, that sort of stuff. The problem with just playing a singular fort for like 1,000 years is there's certain things that can't happen during fortress mode. Necromancers can't make towers, as an example. That's an easy one. Certain types of fortresses can't be built. That's another easy one. So when you are just letting time pass kind of in fortress mode, you're going to encounter very long periods of boredom because, well, to put it simply, there's certain things that just only happen while the game's in World Gen. Like, quite literally, like, the world will just come to an end eventually. Sorry if that was a weird, broken explanation. I've been kind of off ever since that argument earlier, so. For anybody who's wondering what I'm doing, I'm building a big farming zone. That's what this is going to be. And then also a water reservoir that I'll be able to do other fun things with. And I'm also setting it up so I'm going to have water power. No. Well, I mean, the easiest way to do that when adventure mode is in the game is just simply make and retire a bunch of fortresses all in a short period of time. Just make and retire a whole bunch of fortresses, and then when you do that, time moves forward by 2 weeks at a time. But in adventure mode, you just make an adventure and then retire it, and they starve to death. So just random adventurers appear in the wilderness and immediately starve to death, and then rinse repeat for a couple times. It's the easiest way to do that. There's no way to restart World Gen, though. I really wish we could restart World Gen. So a 1 year fortress misses a lot of that stuff. Yeah. I mean, like, wars can happen, sites can be taken over, helixes can be made, small locations can be made, monasteries can be made, tombs can show up, forts can show up and move, refugee camps come and go, different factions can go to war with each other. All kinds of things can happen in fortress mode, but you're missing out on a lot of stuff that can only happen in World Gen. I've got an artifact that's starting. Always curve your corners if you want things to look nice. You just get very different kinds of worlds if there's a lot of civs. Kind of part of the fun of it, to be honest. Dwarves fighting. That's half empty. You can go back to prison. Can you please tell me how to manage clothing separately from military and civs? I just make a full set of clothing for everybody in my fort every other year, usually. Not sure how else how else you would manage clothing there. So I don't know how else to explain that. I have like YouTube videos on how to manage a cloth industry. Just set up a cloth industry when you make a new fort, and then you'll pretty much always have enough clothing. I'm really curious about next fall if we're gonna get hit by goblin, or if we're gonna get hit by necromancer creatures again. I'm not a micromanager, like just flat. I'm not super specific about what my soldiers wear, so I might not actually be the best person to ask. I don't micromanage anything, really. Certainly shorter worlds. Bit of boy. You like micromanaging? Yeah, I'm very much a macro manager. I mean, not really. I do some micromanaging. It's just not why I play games. Yeah, we'll see. I used to try doing that, but I've learned over the years that Dwarf Fortress is a wonderful game, but it has many faults, right? Nothing is perfect, and Dwarf Fortress is far from it. And I've learned that if I want to be genuinely happy with Dwarf Fortress, to just simply ignore the parts that frustrate me. And micromanaging military is one of those things that frustrates me. So I ignore it. And I'm gonna probably stay that way. Okay, we're moving into spring, so things can die of old age. If anything dies in the next minute, it's of old age. Also, I just saw the thing that you posted, Frog for Hire, like an hour and a half ago. Didn't realize you actually posted it. But still doesn't look like Cleopatra to me. You're just super chicken shit at trying new things, so it's always a slow progression. That's fair. I mean, Dwarf Fortress rewards slow progression, to be fair. Saving. I guess I'm just not going to escape these slow saves for a while. I even have save compression on now. I think Danny O'Dwyer is editing the Dwarf Fortress documentary that NoClip's working on, because he just tweeted, "How do you think mushrooms feel?" So, shoutouts to Danny O'Dwyer, I suppose. I hope that Dwarf Fortress documentary is good when it finally releases. Oh boy. A force that is dark and vile has arrived. Early spring. Oh, look at that. They are demanding a parley. Well, I'm going to give us a minute to get all the dwarves inside. I'm sure they already are, but... Oh, also, that lower layer area that we are working on needs to be added to the burrow. Hold up. It's good, Dion. And good... Oh, that's layer, what, 25? And then literally, like, I think this entire layer down here. Oopsies. Okay. Chat, can I get a Vile Force of Darkness in the chat? So I watched your YouTube of how to make clothes thing, and how do we tell who needs what to wear? Because if you have like 20 dwarves, you can see who needs a sock, but if you have 200, how do you narrow it down? I select 5 random dwarves and see what is their oldest piece of clothing on those 5 random dwarves. That's how I do it. And generally, it's pretty accurate, actually. You know, they seem to mostly be wearing iron and steel. But not all of them are rocking steel. A lot of silver. What's that made out of? It's a copper maul. What's this axe made out of? Silver battle axe. Yeah, it's a lot of silver. Not seeing much steel. There's definitely some in there, but what is that whip made out of? That's okay, that's scarier than anything else. Silver whip. Yeah, and then use mass sell-off clothing to whoever trades with you. Pretty easy to do, really. All right, so we are now down here. We're gonna go over to this. Going to pull this lever. That door's open. This is open, so we gotta pull this. Hey, Ghost Bat, how are we? Into a lava chute. Yeah, that works too. Although you sometimes get unhappy thoughts if you made them all in your fort. You just expand stockpiles and forget your problems. I mean, sure. You could absolutely do that. Need this closed. There it goes. I think this might be the most impressive fortress I've built this year. Wow, that's actually a pretty big siege. Read the Discord word story. On it. There isn't a ton for me to read, so chat, jump into the Discord and go to the Add a Word Stories room and add some words for me to read. And I will also scroll up a little bit. I will give you guys like a minute to type some words in. It's a lot of goblins. Yep. Yeah, it's a non-trivial number of goblins. Well, I mean, as long as they stay clumped together, we won't have any issue. Otherwise, it'll just take a while. All right, here we go. Here we come, chat. Similarly, gods rarely sleep because they hang upside left. Woe shall urge me to jump to heaven because violence never is the bee's cheese. Elves slaughter innocent puppies and cats. Indeed, there are never enough goblins. Pants are overrated. Consider we remove... I'm waiting for this last word. Come on. You can do it, Waka Pepe. Or don't. Me. Done. Consider we remove me. All caught up. I don't know why this bothers me. Like, when you're following something, like they sit over on the left side of the screen. When you click the thing, it pops it up on the right. So it makes sense when this is popped up, but I kind of wish it would center when it's not popped up. Feels like weirdly unfinished. I mean, that's why I'm wearing shorts right now. Immortality puddle? I wonder if that's a good zone. That kind of sounds like a good region. A good region. Yeah, that seems like the very smart way to do it, Renfield. But I'm okay. Today's been a weird mixed bag. It's kind of been all over the place. It's been kind of great, but also kind of aggravating in some ways. A pretty big argument not too long ago, which was unpleasant. But, you know, it happens. Not much you can do about it. So, aside from that, just hanging out, chilling. Today's been pretty chill. No real complaints there. Bite Attack, thanks for the 5-pack. In the words of Dungeon Keeper 2, it is payday. Well, it's a good day. Payday's a good... Is it actually payday? Happy payday. Payday for me is on the 14th. Although I have weird paydays. I get paid on the 22nd by YouTube, the 14th by Twitch, and on the 1st by Patreon, and on like the 4th by Fourth Wall, 4th or 5th, somewhere around there. It takes a couple days because they pay direct. So it's a weird combination of paydays I get. One of your creatures hasn't been paid. I don't know what sticks in my head more. The Dungeon Keeper lines or Red Warrior needs food badly. Like that's probably my most memorable video game line. Wizard need food badly. Barbarian need food badly. It's like me when it's lunchtime. Need food badly. Shoutouts to Gauntlet. Also hope you're doing well, Deep Space. Gauntlet was a fun game. I used to think that, and then me and two friends spent like $60 between the three of us over like a 4-hour period and played through all of Gauntlet Legends in the arcade. And now I don't think I like Gauntlet that much anymore. I don't know, it's once you just start paying for more lives, it kind of just starts to suck. I don't know. Uh-oh. Ryo Sheencat, what in the hell are you doing? What are you doing? Why are you just standing there? That dwarf.exe stopped working for a moment there and almost died. Similar game to Diablo where you had to feed your character. Then he tried to sleep and you kept getting told you're dying of hunger. I remember once I played a roguelike called Dungeons of Doom on the Mac 2. And it still exists as like abandonware now. But it's still playable. And if you ate too much food in that game, your stomach would explode, and it would give you a very vile-looking graphic for a few frames. And I remember I was a little kid playing this game, right? It was one of the first exposures I had to a roguelike. I was like, I don't know, 7 or 8 or something. And I remember playing this, and yeah, cats have a tendency to do that. And I was playing this game, and then I found a pie, and it had 8 different pieces that you could eat. And, you know, me being a little kid, I was like, oh, look, a pie! And it had, like, this cute little, like, 1-bit pixel art. And I ate all 8 pieces of the pie, and I just got this graphic of just, like, a dude with his intestines spilling out. And then an RIP symbol. I didn't play that game for, like, 2 years after that. Kinda scarred me. Not gonna lie. Like, I was still playing, like, Reader Rabbit and shit. The pie was a lie? I mean, it made my stomach explode. Like, you think Dwarf Fortress's entrails are queasy-inducing? Jesus Christ. That was something else. You're doing good. It's Friday. We've had a good week of mental health. Well, that's good. I've been on the upswing recently, which has been good. Not perfect by any stretch. Still very much like, I don't know. Like, I guess, like, I just had, like, this massive, like, mental high in December, which was kind of, like, coupled with some extreme manic anxiety. It was, like, just absurd manic anxiety, like, combined with also at the same time, like, this weird, like, success euphoria that I've never really had before in my life. And then I generally am down kind of in late winter, early spring. Like, it's usually, like, depression season for me anyway. So when that kind of hit, it's lingered longer than it normally does. Like, normally by this time I'm fine, but by this time of year, usually I'm just kind of good, but for some reason this year it's lingered. Okay, so when they hit, like, right there, let's just grab this lever. Okay, here comes that final crew right there. Let's pull the lever. Maybe we'll get them in, maybe we won't. If we don't, that's fine. And we got goblins moving up and over and down. Yeah, I'm not quite sure why it stuck around longer this time. You know, like, for people who are new to this channel, like, I did stream Dwarf Fortress for a very long time before Premium came out. And it was like I spent basically 3.5 years just, like, getting ready for Premium launch. Okay, there we go. 1 goblin made it in. 1 single goblin. I will go kill that goblin. Kick is a lie, the pie is the truth. You can't handle the truth. True. I mean, avoiding sweets is probably not a bad idea. Yeah, I'm convinced most of the cats in this fort are just borderline suicidal. So this poor goblin. Imagine being the 1 goblin that made it past that drawbridge. Bomrek runs straight towards the goblin. Parries, dodges. We've got assistance from Mayo Shinkat. The goblin doesn't really have much to say, but does dodge. It's trying to attack the dwarves, but they're jumping away and screams, I've improved my shield. That was not satisfying after parrying one single hit. Drop their shields. Gets bashed by the hammer dwarf. Ray is stabbing him, and they remove the goblin's ear. And it probably sails off in an arc, I would imagine. The goblin says, I've been injured badly. This leaves me so shaken. Hammer dwarf kicks the goblin in the head with her left foot. The attack is deflected by an iron helm. The dwarf winces as their foot hurts. Hammer dwarf bashes the goblin axeman in the right lower arm with her silver warhammer, bruising the skin. Ryo Shinkat punches the axeman in the right eyelid with his left hand, bruising the skin, tearing apart the skin. And the goblin flies to pieces. All right, let's go pull the other lever. The big important lever. The fun lever. Looks like we got all but like one in there. Wow. The one survivor. I'm not entirely sure where this dwarf is going. But you know. I think cats are like teenagers. They just think they're invincible. Man, this goblin is gonna have a rough afternoon if you keep standing like right there, dude. These goblins are all about to have a rough afternoon. Well, maybe not. They're gonna walk up and into the tunnel. Okay. Sure. Still not gonna end well for you. There it goes. Up. Well. Meanwhile, this goblin is like, oh my, this is a actually, there's two of them. They're like, oh my, this is a problem. This is not good. This is really bad. Same with those ones. They're all gone now. They're watching their friends burn. These ones probably feel the heat and can see through here and are freaking out. I mean, terrified after seeing a goblin die. Yeah, I would be too. These ones are horrified and uneasy. This one's annoyed after coughing on smoke. That's a dwarf. Ghost named Kumil. I need to place that slab, because I never placed that slab. I am a bad dwarven manager. Or fortress overseer, shall we say. My bad. I'm very sorry, dwarves. Anyway, at least the goblins get to be haunted by the dwarf as they die. Entranced works. Toe Thief is the best one in this fort. I once had a spike of lulls, which was pretty good. Chat thought that was very funny. It's got gifted to a sub to a channel that I've never watched before. It's funny how that happens. Here comes the walls of lava. I almost want to make this defensive area a little bit of a further walk. I don't feel like it takes out the baddies fast enough, but... well, they're all digging out this. Need a door down here. You've never watched The Matrix? Really? Well, enjoy The Matrix. Nothing better than a good movie. I don't recommend being too high during The Matrix because you want to be able to catch all the little interesting bits. I don't think, I mean, I guess maybe like independent cinemas might still do showings of The Matrix, but. Elfie Bean, thank you much for the raid. How was your stream? But how's things, Elfie? I don't know if I have any mods around right now, but there we do. I think Hobo's paying attention. Shoutouts to Hobo. Professional streamer. Today's been all over the place. And we are currently turning plenty of goblins into charcoal. Dwarf Fortress stream avatars? As in, like, for the plugins, like, stream avatars? Yeah, click the heart at the top of the stream to get Elfie Bean's, like, you know, Twitch stuff. Jangles, what kind of dwarf would you like? The selection has gotten a little worse, as like 50 dwarves have died, but we still have a pretty wide selection. And if you would like a scholar or something, I can assign one. We got plenty of miners, woodworkers, blacksmiths, and metal crafters, waxworkers, crafts, dwarves, and all that stuff. Military beard if possible. Okay. Hold on, just let me get them training so they're easier to spot. I was gonna say I have a human, but it's a lady. That's funny. I don't actually think I have a male military dwarf that isn't named. Yeah, because that one's Rolf. That one's Ray. Here's Spearmaster, Hammer Dwarf, because a lot of my militaries died. Any military dwarf is good? Well, you kind of don't want this one. This one's very slow. Let's go with Bumwreck, who's currently praying. Oops. Currently playing in the Sanctuary of Rapidity of the Coven of Right, a dwarven religion to which we actually need to appoint a new holy meteor, so I'm going to appoint Ned Hazard to that job. And she is impervious to the effects of stress, very rarely moved by curiosity, is easily moved to mercy, and is often sad and dejected. She is very greedy, and she is somewhat uncomfortable around those that appear unusual or live differently from herself. Don't mind the goblins. And she is somewhat uncomfortable around those who appear unusual or differently from herself, and she tends to be a little tight with resources when working on projects, and she can sometimes act without deliberation, and she lives a fast-paced life, and she is very humble, and she does not easily fall in love, and rarely develops positive feelings. She doesn't often feel envious of others, and she doesn't often experience strong cravings or urges. She's slow to anger, and she's quick to form negative views about things. She is often cheerful, and she has a noticeable lack of perseverance, and she finds this troubling since she values perseverance. She tends to not reveal personal information and often feels lustful, and is not particularly interested in what others think of her. Needs alcohol to get through the working day. She dreams of crafting a great work of art, and personally believes that the idea of war is utterly repellent and would have peace at all costs, is affronted by the whole notion of maintaining decorum and finds so-called dignified people disgusting, And she thinks that the introspection is valueless, and that those that waste their time in self-examination are deluded fools. Respects perseverance and sees sacrifice as wasteful and foolish, and doesn't care if others take the time to master skills, and doesn't see the attainment of knowledge as important. She likes native silver and aluminum and smoky quartz and gorilla leather and llama wool and the color silver and greaves and ballista arrows and winged blackbird men for their coloration and the words of the style of lace and the sight of the gloss of smiling, and when possible prefers to consume giant damselfly, sea nettle, and jellyfish, and sea nettle, jellyfish, and pig cheese, and sorghum beer, and quinoa flour, and absolutely hates mosquitoes. Her ears are splayed out. Her hair is clean-shaven, her nose bridge is slightly convex, her hair is buff, and her skin is pale brown. Her mom is dead, was a spear dwarf as well, and you're a militia dwarf of the armored boots. And the goblins be dying. One day your gnomes will roam the caverns. This, I swear. I like gnomes. I wish that they were easier to find and did more. Also, what's up in Fragrance? So, I don't have a ton of interest in Darkest Dungeon 2. Not gonna lie. I kind of bounced off the first one, and the second one doesn't particularly appeal to me. Are there any games that are coming out anytime soon that you guys do want to see me stream that are newish? Zero guarantees I will. I'm just curious as to things that you guys would actually want to watch me play. I will be playing King Under the Mountain, though, which is releasing, next week. I think it's the 18th, 16th? Although it's not King Under the Mountain. Mountain Core! Not ever going to remember that they actually changed the name of that. Yeah, it's releasing on the 18th, so that's next week. I'll be playing that. Nah, I'm not going to play Diablo, sorry. I don't support Blizzard, and I also can't really play games like that, so it's not going to happen. Just going to shut that one down before people even think about getting excited. This looks like an ASCII. Look at that. More CUD? I could do more CUD. Oh, there's all the goblins dead. Rest in peace, boys. Supposedly they're working on Civ 6, but I can tell you this, I'm not going to stream, or or Civ 7, or whatever the next one is. I'm not going to play it. I don't generally enjoy streaming 4X games. Same reason I didn't play the recent Age of Wonders. Ah, Dojas. I see you're a fan of Disnoff. That game's PvP only, yeah? Generally don't stream PvP stuff, so. Beyond All Reason, I think that's called. Next to be 7, yeah. I probably wouldn't have been partnered on Twitch when I was if it wasn't for Disnoff. Disnoff used to auto-host me, so my channel used to be the Disnoff waiting room. Oh no, migrants. Boo. The trade. Dwarves. Yeah, no. You can keep watching Disnoff for competitive RTS games. I don't stream RTS games. Unless they have a big single-player campaign, which that game doesn't. So. I was kind of curious about Dungeon Drafters, then I watched some streams of it and was like, eh. Just use the paint tool and go wild. Just be silly and see what comes out. I mean, that's basically how I build stuff. Yeah, the next RTS game that I'm kind of curious about, but only if it has a campaign, which I was talking about earlier, is this. And also, in regards to Bar, I did actually play quite a bit of Supreme Commander back in the day, but I've never, to this day, touched the multiplayer. I don't play RTS games in multiplayer, only play campaigns. Yeah, this thing. I want this now. I mean, want this real bad. Like, real bad. Like, give me this right now. Give me that right now. I want this stat. Let's go back to digging that hole. SimCity 2000? I streamed SimCity 3000 a couple times. True story. It's actually how my artist found my stream. Well, how Cooler found my stream. Specifically. Is that a flank? I don't think it's a Frank Klepacki. I just think it's very Frank Klepacki inspired. Is that really water? Oh my god. Okay. That's good, actually. Means I don't need to go that far. But again, I'll only play the campaign. I'm just not a competitive person when it comes to games. I don't like playing games competitively. Especially like with RTS games, it's because I'm at a pretty bad physical disadvantage because of how bad my eyes are. A lot of those games are like, you win and lose by your visual awareness, and nope, don't have that. One day, the best way to learn ass gauge angles is to swap back and forth constantly. Build a little bit in Fortress mode and then swap to ASCII, and then build a little bit more and swap to ASCII. Build a little bit more and swap to ASCII. Just rinse, repeat, rinse, repeat, rinse, repeat, rinse, repeat, rinse, repeat, rinse, repeat, rinse, repeat. Well, next new game that's coming out that I want to play, which I just hope is good, and I don't know if I actually expect it to be any good. The next game that's kind of coming up that I really, really want to play, that I really, really, really want to be good, is that System Shock remake. I really want to play that. Nah, I hard dodged on Lobotomy Corp. Another game that's coming at some point, hopefully in the next decade. And actually, it's coming sooner than next decade. They're putting out a demo on itch to do an like off Steam early access in the next couple months. Is this? I want this game really fucking bad, really goddamn bad. I just want to be a big robot and break stuff again, because the first one was very good and I loved it and I played it for like 80 hours and I want more. I want more big robot action. And they're adding out of vehicle stuff. Brigador, the first one, is very good. Yeah, they're making a sequel to Brigador. Welcome back, Brigador. Their community managers, I think, still subscribe to this channel. Okay, so what we're gonna need to do here, going to need I need to clear all these boulders out, like entirely. I suppose the easiest way to do this, not necessarily the fastest way, is to go here, put a dump zone there, Fly up to here. Pause this. Fly back down to here. Set all of this to be dumped. It's all right. We're all on yourself. Dump all that. Dump all this. So yeah, I will absolutely be streaming another Brigador. I know Epion, who made Jupiter Hell, is starting to prototype his next game, which I'm curious about. We'll probably play. What else is coming out in the next few years that I want to play? Just kind of going down my wish list. I'm also realizing that Steam seems to think I'm logged out, which is very confusing to me because I'm not actually logged out of Steam. Maybe I need to log in and not. Maybe I need to restart Steam. Can't do that while I'm streaming Dwarf Fort, though. I still haven't quite wrapped my brain around the fact that when I'm playing Dwarf Fort, I can't restart Steam anymore. I used to be able to, but I can't. Which kind of hurts my brain a little bit. I always feel like, oh yeah, no, I can totally restart Steam because Steam and Dwarf Fortress are not inherently connected in any way. But no, if you turn off, if I turn off Steam now, we'll turn off Dwarf Fort. Well, I'm just getting these dwarves to haul all of these boulders out of this layer up to here. We're also digging all the way along here so that we can start things flowing. I'm also gonna play. Okay, actually, no, I don't need to do those just yet. But I can get more levers going, I think. By that I mean mechanisms. Let's roll with this. Boulder management isn't your strong suit. Just make bajillions of blocks. They'll manage themselves. I'm like weirdly interested in that Aliens Dark Descent game. But it's apparently already up for pre-order. Not going to touch that. Falling Frontier seems really interesting. I don't know how good that'll actually be, but that game interests me. Scrolling down. I'm curious about Manor Lords, but, you know, it's not out yet, so I will hold judgments on that one until it's out and released. Dead Zone to Credits Bounty is something I'm curious about. But no release date on that, really. Just says 2023, so... But it said 2022 and 2021 over the past few years, so I don't know if I trust that one. What else do I have on my wish list? I'm realizing there's a lot of things on my wish list that are already out. I really wish Steam would... That I already own. I really wish Steam would just automatically remove games from your wish list if you owned it. That would make a lot of sense, wouldn't it? Wouldn't it? Weird first person, couple weird first person dungeon crawlers. Oh, this is a game that I'm super curious about, which admittedly looks totally different now, but they haven't updated the screenshots. Enter the Chronosphere. This is a really cool looking little game. There's a free demo on itch. The developers of this have been updating their Steam page or their Twitter account with all kinds of really cool screenshots. That thing looks really interesting. Apparently like freaking Path of Acra is still on my wish list. What the fuck? Like I already own that. I don't know. Oh, this is something I want to play just because it looks dumb. This is a game that NoClip and Cryptic Sea are working on, and it's just this would be a fun thing to play with chat. I think you just build your own tracks and it's dumb physics. This looks like a good time. I don't know. Stranded Alien Dawn game? You mean the game that really, really looks like they asked an AI to do all of their art? I'm saying that the art looks very generic and boring in that game. Lego Stunt Run kind of looks like that, doesn't it now? Speaking of that, they're 2K, it's 2K Lego Racing or whatever. Weird looking thing. Can't buy it. It's already in your library and you've played it. I don't think I've ever, like, I'm pretty good at remembering games that I've played. I also don't play that many games, so. AI did art for your mod and it looks fine. Yeah, but that's a mod. Called Stunts or something, came with a map editor. Yeah, supposedly Stunt Derby or whatever is gonna be $5. So I feel like that would be a fun one to play with chat. Assuming their server architecture works. Actually, you know what? I don't actually need to dump all the stuff on the top here, so I'm just going to remove dump on all these upper layer stuff. Focus on these lower ones. And I'm also going to move this garbage dump zone to over here. Speed this process up. And just remove this one, because I don't actually need that many right here. And I'll just claim all those. They'll keep hauling them there, but they will redirect to down here. Yeah, not an entire game. Generally with me, though, when it comes to games that are like, oh, it's like a bit of RimWorld and a bit of Dwarf Fort, I probably won't play it because I would rather just play Dwarf Fort. It's like, every now and again, people ask me about going medieval, and it's just like, I don't know, dude. It's like, I have no interest in that. It's like, I could just play Dwarf Fort, and that's kind of how it's kind of how I function, right? It's like, I play Dwarf Fort because I like Dwarf Fort, and when games are like, I'm halfway Dwarf Fort, it's like, yeah, Lego 2K Drive looks fantastic. The problem is it's published by 2K, so it's gonna have a battle pass and a bajillion dollars in DLC. But the thing about Lego 2K Drive, though, is like, yeah, there's a fucking $160 version of this video game. My God, but yeah, no, it's the weird part about Lego 2K Drive is it's visual concepts, which, yeah, it's their only game on Steam. If you're not familiar with visual concepts, they're the NBA 2K people. So, you know, it's a little interesting that they're just like, you know, NBA, Lego racing game. Just an odd jump, I suppose. Well, I mean, the fact that it's a Lego racing game where you can build your own cars, it's like, well, they got all the parts together, so, it's just a matter of, like, the game being fun. Because Visual Concepts does the console ports for NBA 2K, and a different company puts the NBA 2K games on Steam. Basically, so they do like the Xbox and PlayStation versions of the NBA games. So it's I don't know how much I trust Lego and like Lego 2K Drive, but that is like the first time I've been like, all right, I'm listening when it comes to a AAA game in a long time. Like a very long time. Sorry, why would Nintendo feel threatened by a Lego racing game? I'm confused. Why would Nintendo feel threatened by that? Also, what's up, Rev? Didn't I say Tears had vehicle stuffs? Yeah, but very different kind of game, right? One is a racing game where you build a dumb-looking car out of Lego and race, and then Legend of Zelda Tears of the Kingdom. Well, I mean, just go look up footage. You can, like, put wheels on a platform and drive around. But also requires buying a friggin' Nintendo console, so... And I'm not sure how Tears of the Kingdom building has anything to do with a Lego game existing, but okay. I'm gonna have to make another 5,000 blocks, I think. Yep. Yep, we are getting there. Well, I mean, I don't know. I've seen 2 minutes of footage of Tears of the Kingdom and went, yep, it's another Zelda game. No interest. I mean, Lego isn't exactly lawsuit free themselves, so I'm pretty sure they'd be the ones suing Nintendo in that. The one thing that I'm constantly reminded about Legend of Zelda is that I do not care about those games in the slightest, but I like the music. That is the only thing that I am constantly reminded about Legend of Zelda, by Legend of Zelda. Because it's like, ah, yes, great music. Never want to play any of these games. I really like the top-down Zelda games, Bonsa, so. But modern Zelda, it's not that I can't stand it, it's just not for me. Some of the most popular games in the world, but also, it's almost like I have very eclectic taste in video games. It's like I don't know if it's obvious, chat room, but I have kind of eclectic tastes in video games. I'm the guy who's been streaming Dwarf Fortress for the last 5 years. Oh, hey, look at that. Magical. An item was seen being stolen. By whom? Kavish! Zapata! Well, we shall convict you. A hand? More like a beard. Will offend dwarves more. But be careful. If you chop off part of your beard, definitely wash it with soap. You wouldn't want to die from a beard infection. It's horrible, horrible affliction to die from. Eternal Cylinder, that's Ace Team, right? Ace Team's a weird studio. They make weird games. I really, really, really liked the original Xenoclash, which came out in like 2009 or something. The Rock of Ages 1 and 2, fun games. I'm really happy that Ace Team exists. They don't always make good stuff. They recently put out a new Xenoclash game. Whatever they called it. So it was Xeno something. Oh no, they just called it Clash. That's a weird thing to call it. Nobody bought it. Yep, that checks out. These games. Ace Team. They made like Rock of Ages and fucking Xenoclash. This thing. Peak first-person punchy face simulator. It's like a weird fighting game almost. Describe themselves as weapons of war? What do you mean? How did they describe themselves as weapons of war? Where are you getting that text from? That seems interesting. I don't think so. I think people just really like... Zelda's like anything else. People just really like the artwork. They like the characters, they get into the lore, and then they get obsessed with it. You're saying a fort where I switched enemies off in order to make a volcano resort fort, allowing visitors, and it netted you more stress and death than any fort with enemies on? That's funny. Checks out. You're probably stuck in an ad now, I'm sorry. Doesn't really surprise me all that much, actually. I mean, that's pretty cool, Lennox. That's a pretty cool little detail you spotted there. Headed to bed, shark jumping waters. We will see you on Monday, potentially. Because it's Thursday, is it not? Yeah, I take tomorrow off. YouTube stuff over the weekend. Hopefully next week's a little busier. Numbers have been down this week. Although I blame Dankest Dungeon 2. Although, out of curiosity, does anybody know why Darkest Dungeon 2 has a mostly positive review score? I'm like a little bit surprised. I kind of expected that to come out and have overwhelmingly positive reviews. Epic, probably? But it's not on Epic, though. It's on Steam. I mean, because you're in too deep and you're trying to keep up above in your head, up above and your head instead of going under. Instead of going under. Again. Might be too different from the original for some people. True. Yeah, actually, that's probably likely. I know it has like kind of a different art style too. What are we talking about, B-Villagen? In Too Deep is Blink 182, not Sum 41. Sum 41 is motivation, such an aggravation. Accusations, don't know how to take them. Information's getting hard to fake it. I need to listen to that song again. Motivation, such an aggravation. That's the lyric I was looking for. Although they just broke up, by the way. Sum 41. That band just split. Means I get to see them one more time. Is In Too Deep Sum 41? Okay, well, anyway, it's not my genre. Those are bands that I listened to a lot in like 2005, and I do get them confused, so. Or am I? Oh, I know what song I'm confusing it with. Yeah, don't mind me. You guys are right. In Too Deep is definitely Sum 41. I'm confusing it with... whichever one he's like when aliens are real. What? Anyway. Wow. Be vigilant. Also, it's a Tornus emote. I haven't seen a Tornus emote in my chat since a while. Shoutouts to Tornus. Tornus Entertainment. Good dude. No, you are very much right. Oh. Depending on where that is, that might be bad. The Bronze Colossus Uno Espanluk Etog has come, a gigantic magic statue made of bronze and bent on mayhem. Okay. That is very close to the front door. And everybody's underground doing other things. Shit, cocks, piss. Yes, accurate. I have no cage traps. How many kills does this thing have? Oh my god. 147 notable kills. I see. Well, can't deny that this thing ain't famous. Or that this thing is famous. The enemy of everybody. He just wants to join the fort by turning all of our foreheads into red paint. Alright, well, so the problem is everybody's underground hauling boulders right now. Just in case. We do have steel weapons. And, we're in late spring. What, bronze colossi exist? Yeah, of course they exist. Oy vey. All right, well, that door's shut in time. That one should be fine. Your forts are always rooms the size of the stuff you want to fit about them. You never thought about doing open floors like that? Okay, sweet. We got that done. I hope nobody got stuck outside. If somebody got stuck outside, then they're just dead zos. Let's go up to here. Bronze Boy was the downfall of your first fort? Oh, really? Well, you guys want to learn how overpowered doors are? Ah, gotcha, True Freak. Well, fortunately, Darkest Dungeon 1 still exists for them. You know, Bronze Boys can, like, punch a dwarf on one hit. One hit killed him. Bronze Boys are very, 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 very dangerous. You don't know how to explain? I wonder if it's because things like Honkai Star Rail and whatnot are all, like, not... I think that style of JRPG combat is, like, maybe... that style of combat is maybe unfair to say, but there's a lot of games on mobile that are just... Character 1, attack character B. A character 3, attack character 2. Character 4, attack character 5, go! There's a lot of mobile games like that. I wonder if that's got something to do with it. Why is this dwarf mining so slowly? You have a really shitty pickaxe or something? Upper pick? Maybe I need to make some better picks. This is... That or you're a really bad miner. What? Oh, you're only an adequate miner. Okay, maybe that's got something to do with it. Alright, let's go to traps. Cage trap. I don't even know if I have cages, but I guess we'll find out. Oh, plenty of my teammates played it. It's fine. I don't care. Frankly, I don't pay attention to what anybody else is doing. It's not the way my business works. I used to, back when I tried to do things in a mainstream format on Twitch, and I've given up years ago. I wonder if you know, honestly, it's funny. It's like, people talk about mobile games like that's a bad thing, right? And in a lot of cases, it can be, right? But yeah, mobile games are more popular than literally PC gaming and console gaming combined, right? Like, there are more people playing games on like, I'm looking at the screenshots of DD2, and I kind of see what you mean. But like it kind of looks like it would run on a tablet pretty well, right? But that's largely probably because it is on tablet. Like, I'm just guessing, but mobile, not MOBA, mobile. Phones. Games on phones. Games on phones are popular. People like games on phones. Oh, I know. I'm well aware of what the problem with mobile games are. The reason I don't really play many of them. Sproggywood. That's a really good mobile game. But it costs money, so nobody's played it. Just waiting for a cage trap. Goblin Slayer's visiting, meaning it's being turned into red paste. Oh, no, I agree, but children disagree with you, Nictus. Speaking of solid mobile games, I actually played quite a bit of Into the Breach on my phone recently. There you go. You're hauling a tunnel tube cage trap. Etter, the planter withdraws from society and claims a magma forge. Early summer. Children don't get opinions. They are the target demographic for most of it. Well, it doesn't matter what they're the target demographic for. If a child wants to play a game on the iPad and doesn't want to play a game on dad's computer, then obviously that's where they're going to play games. And 5,000 of them are the same game reskin. As if you could even call them a game. Yeah, Into the Breach is on mobile, but only if you have a Netflix subscription. And you have to download it through the mobile app for Netflix. It's really weird. You heard me. And no, you can't buy it separately. And I don't actually know if it's on iPhone. No. Netflix has been doing games for like several years now, actually. Like, you know Oxenfree? Want to see something hysterical? Oxenfree 2, published by Netflix. Also coming out on phones, if you have a Netflix subscription. They own Night School Studio, the people who made Oxenfree. They bought Night School like 5 years ago or something. They own several pretty decently sized game studios. And also, oh god, what's his name? Just left and joined. Hold on. Right, yes, okay. Joseph Staten, who was basically the guy who helped finish Halo Infinite and big Halo guy from back in the day, has joined Netflix to create a new AAA game studio. Like, this is recent. Yeah, April 17th. So, yeah, no, they're fucking coming at us, man. It's almost like Raul is assuming that video games are the same medium as television. Almost. I mean, why would I assume that you would think such a thing? But more like a game comes out, doesn't sell up to expectations, and then they close the studio, just like, you know, any other game publisher. Someone's car alarm is going off. Let's catch a bronze colossi. But yeah, what studios have they bought? Netflix games wiki. Apparently they made a Narcos game? What? Okay. Okay, so I'm looking for a list of studios that they own. Apparently they're publishing an Assassin's Creed game. They're publishing a Shovel Knight game. The other things. Yeah, I don't know. There's quite the list. I need to pay attention to this though so I don't die. It's real casual hours analysis. On stream, and the movie wasn't on HBO, Disney, nor Amazon, so you ended up renting it on YouTube for streaming services. I mean, I have Netflix, that's it. And I guess also Prime or Amazon, but I barely use it. And if I want to watch a movie, I just rent it. Like, it's that's where I'm at. That's where I've been at for a while. Especially because most of the movies I want to watch are generally just rentals. Doesn't feel anything while in conflict. What are you in conflict with? Oh, an echidna. Of course. What is it? Is it just slapping, like, an echidna? Oh, it's grabbing it and releasing the grip. It's just trying to pick it up. Well, that's not good. A girl makes you sub to all the streaming stuff. Probably worth it. Why does he keep changing colors? Because he's a nemesis of our faction. I'm sorry, what? So, glass half empty just killed the dwarf that was bringing her water. Dude. The hell, man? Why you gotta be like that? I'm much more concerned with this bronzy down here. I'd be mad too. Have you never set up a dwarven prison before? There's two situations dwarves get given water. During a prison sentence and whilst recovering in hospital from major injuries. Those are the two times dwarves get brought water. But I don't know. I'll say this: if you're together with somebody, and they want all the streaming services, it's only meant to be if they pay for half of them. Just gonna throw that out there. But, you know. I don't know about that, man. Yeah, split costs. Come on. The reason it keeps blinking colors is because it's a nemesis. It means it's an enemy of my faction. So if, like, a goblin bard, as an example, walks onto the map and they're blinking gray, it means they are an enemy of my faction, meaning they've committed crimes somewhere in my faction or led an attack or been part of an attack against my faction before. Yeah, well, I mean, you're, you know, married. I'm just being a judgmental dweeb, though. Although I'll say this, D-Hat, you spell colors correctly, and I find this comforting. I really want to make a mod for this game that just Control Fs every instance of the word color and adds a U. It irks me every time I see it. It's like, why doesn't it have? Huh? Grr! Why is there no U? Stupid video game. I get so annoyed when games and things spell stuff C-O-L-O-R. It's like, where's your U? God damn it. Speaking of things that are, god damn it, why haven't you died yet, you stupid echidna? Maybe I could just grab a dwarf I don't like and tell him to go punch this thing. Who is an angry dwarf? I'm kind of tempted to send glass half empty. Also, why are my military stationed? A train. You, right here, are going to be released from prison. And we're going to make a new squad. And I'm going to Do this. There you are. Go up here. And fragrance, what kind of dwarf would you like? Glass half empty is full of rage. Yep. And we're going to help with that. It's like you can't just murder a dwarf like this. Sorry. Not how the world works. Cook. Let's see what we have for cooks. Planter. Don't have anybody with the cooking job currently. I do have plenty of farmers if you want somebody in the same kind of industry. One of them's even royalty. Got a lady consort and a queen consort in the farming variety. Technically, I guess that would make you my wife. I got diagnosers, doctors, a fisher dwarf. I've got crafters. I've got plenty of metal workers. Awkward. I don't know. It's part of the reason I don't like naming dwarves after myself. Naming myself the king was funny. But you can have the lady consort. I don't actually give a shit. Although this doesn't make you my wife specifically, because this is a baroness, turns out. Unless I clicked on the wrong person, which I think I maybe did. I mean, you could have the Baroness of Mistlands. Where's the Queen Consort? How the heck did I manage clicking that? Anyway, Erdim, there you are. Yeah, game, please. Where'd that dwarf go? There you are. I really, really want them to patch that out of the unstable branch. It's only a bug in the unstable branch. Sometimes the hotkeys stay active while you're typing in typing fields, and it's very annoying. Okay, so currently you're going to go eat. She is shameless and absolutely unfazed by the thought. God friggin' balls. She is shameless and absolutely unfazed by the thoughts of others. She does not feel the slightest need to pay back favors done for her, and no matter how major the help or how much she needed it. She takes no pleasure in her talents and appearance, and she is very greedy. She doesn't mind little tumult and discord in day-to-day living, and finds helping others to be emotionally rewarding, and often acts with compassion. And she lives a fast-paced life, and she tends to make a small mess with her own possessions, and tends to hang on to grievances, and licks her lips when she's nervous and needs alcohol to get through the working day, and dreams of raising a family, and views competition as a crucial driving force in the world, sees perseverance in the face of adversity as bullheaded and foolish, and values artwork and does not care about fairness. She likes sulfurite and pig iron and milk quartz and green glass and orangutan bone and cotton fabric, the color raw umber and bolts and leggings and windows and bracelets and catapult parts, in the words of the saber of sieging and the sound of the meandering mother, and when possible prefers to consume harp seal and char and wine, and hates arc scorpions because they bark like a dog. Her slightly rounded bronze eyes are bulging. Her hair is somewhat greasy. Her hair is tied in a ponytail. She has an angular chin. Her ears have small lobes. Her pale brown skin is slightly wrinkled. Her hair is buff. They lift weights. Welcome to the fort. We catch this bronzy, please. so this kiddo here is breaking down this building. And then glass half empty is going to say, I'm confused. The humiliation! She feels free after being released from confinement. Probably surprised also after serving a shorter sentence. And her job is going to be go punch that thing. I mean, if you've seen a video of people clubbing seals, I think that's on you. The one person you can blame for that be yourself, I would say. Uh-oh, we have a ghost. Saigon! Ghostly recruit has risen. Can I search by ghosts yet? Nope. God. Fucking tits. Okay. Saigon. Psyduck. There you are. Chat, can I get a little round of beers, by the way? I'm just curious about how many people are still listening to the stream. I've been live a lot longer than normal, so... Curious how many people are currently hanging out. Very sorry to this poor dwarf, but you've caused more trouble than you're worth, and you've murdered... two dwarves in the fort now. 2. Human caravan has shown up. Well, that's not good. They're about to have a rough time. You're not sure about this glass half empty character? Neither am I. But he's gonna go punch a bronze colossus for us. I was trying to get this done before the traders would arrive, but it wasn't meant to be. Might win. I don't know about that. God dang it. Well, it didn't break the fight between it and the, Shouldn't she be armored? No, my intention was just to break the fight up between the two of them. And give it a second to kill the echidna. Well, alright. Who else do we not like? Who are you married to? Nobody of value. Okay. I don't generally do this, but... Okay, now this one I'm going to tell to go kill the echidna. Let's try killing the echidna. I'm just trying to break up this eternal battle between the echidna and the bronze colossus. That's all I'm trying to do. Also, I think the dwarves are finally finished hauling stuff, which is good. Bronzies are not forgotten beasts. They're a mega beast. It's a different classification, but similar. This is one of those I'm actually moments. How'd the combat log go? He's literally just like grabbing it and dropping it, basically. It's stuck in an infinite loop. There's a forgotten beast that's a quadruped composed of steel in my first cavern lair. It lives there. It won. It can just have that cavern lair forever. And that's about long and short of it. Moose has been found dead? What? You must have lost it, man. The hell? PTSD is strong, holy shit. I know that dwarf was like having some tough moods as of late, but Jesus, dude. Yeah, no, Moose lost the will to live. No kidding. I knew that they were, like, haggard, but I was kind of surprised. There we go. Perfect. Bro, that's what I needed it to do. Now kill the echidna, please. For the love of all that is dwarfy. Please kill the echidna. God damn it, man. I might actually have to, like, roll back and load this up in DF hack. God, no range dwarves? I don't use marked dwarves, like just at all, period. Why can't he kill the echidna? Because of a very old bug in the game. The echidna can't win. So the echidna has a form where it goes into a ball. The problem is if they're unconscious and exhausted while it's in a ball, they're invincible. And because it's just going to beat it forever because it doesn't have stamina, because it's an immortal metal statue, it will literally just do this for all infinity. Quite literally. Like, that's what this is. It will literally do this forever. Channel the echidna into lava. Nah, I'm not going to take your suggestions. We're just going to do this. Send in a squad of 4 dwarves. You do know that that's an extraordinarily racist meme, right? I'm not faulting you for it, Christoph, but... It's time for my soldiers to earn their keep. It's immune to lava, so no. The bronze thing is essentially the strongest guaranteed spawn creature in the game. By a long shot. So Mebzith has 5 notable kills and 16 others. This is your last mission before retirement, Dwarf. Yeah, it does. This is actually my second time ever running into this bug. Yeah, because Dragonfire is hotter than the sun. It's also the only thing that can melt obsidian. All right, let's see how this goes. So, Lorbam goes into the fight. Lorbam bashes the Bronze Colossus, but the attack glances away. I don't think this dwarf's going to do anything with that hammer. I need this dwarf with the spear to get into the fight. But he's dodged a few times. Good for Lorbam. Bashes the Bronze Colossus in the right upper arm with her steel warhammer, but the attack lances away. I don't think that warhammer's going to do anything, but it might dent it. This poor Echidna. Don't feel anything while in combat. His right foot is fractured, so we've broken his foot. Spearmaster stabs the Bronze Colossus in the right foot, fracturing it. Looks like our dwarf here is still okay. The Spear Dwarf is doing all right. The Spear Dwarf stabs the Bronze Colossus in the upper body with her steel spear, fracturing it. If this dwarf kills it, Mebzith, this dwarf's going to become my new militia commander. But the kind of hysterical thing about these Bronze Colossi is they are cage trappable. All right, well, they're dodging it. It seems to also still be trying to fight with the Echidna. Yeah, no, currently they're winning. Shoutouts to the dwarves. It's gaining more injuries. Yep, it's gaining more injuries, and there it goes. It is now a bronze statue. A bronze statue of a cardinal was the form that this creature took. All right, well, that's good. Easy. Turns out, when it's distracted by an Echidna, it's not too bad. But yeah, steel weapons and high dodge stats are what you need to kill those things. What's that blip? Recruit's been found dead, excuse me. I wonder what that could have been. Definitely wasn't me, you know, like, accidentally sending in 2 dwarves to just try and break up the combat. It's not immortal. It's immortal in that it doesn't die of old age, but it can be cut to pieces. It can be demagicked, which is what it is. It's an animated statue that was animated by the gods and will live forever unless you stab it to death. But it's immortal in the same way goblins and elves are immortal. Place the bronze statue up there. It's immortal to everything but being stabbed to death. Yes. All right, chats. We've streamed 10.5 hours today. And, you know, like, what? 9 hours of 10 minutes of Dwarf Fortress today? How many... 566 minutes. Whatever that is. I'm tired. I just really wanted to get that Bronze Colossi dead. We made some great progress today. We got a lot of things killed. We actually fixed the moods a little bit, but they've gotten bad again. I'm in the process of building a very large water reservoir down here. We're almost done with this. I just need to get these attached, get those hooked up to levers, channel into the aquifer a bunch. I'd consider going for another hour, but I'm really tired. You guys would have to do some major convincing. Jerry Gord slipped into depression. That's unfortunate. But yeah, it's been a good time. Sorry for the weird salt in the middle. It was an unpleasant discussion. But yeah, we made some good progress. I didn't actually get as much of the farming stuff done that I wanted to, and I didn't build many of the advancements to the fort itself that I wanted to, but we got some stuff done. We got our metalworks industry back up and running, built a few small upgrades for parts of the fort, and expanded things. Don't run off though, because we are gonna go raid somebody. Let's save the game. And say goodbye, YouTube. That's for YouTube, the wave. Thanks for the 5-pack, Deep Space. As for me, I stream Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday. Monday streams are a little bit shorter. I stream for about 6 hours on Mondays. Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday streams are the long ones where we go for like 9 to 12 hours, somewhere in that window. You leave for work in 3 hours anyways. That's so good. Enjoy Legend of Zelda when that comes out. Monday, I don't know what I'm going to do Monday. I've been doing weird shit on Monday. I've had some people asking me to play CUD. I'm not quite in the mood for CUD right now. So I don't know what's going to happen Monday, but I'm going to stream something on Monday. Probably not Dwarf Fort. Probably something other than Dwarf Fort, but I'll play something that I'm interested in and whatever I really feel like playing. Because that's kind of how I do stuff. I just, play stuff that I like. So we'll do something on Monday. It might be Dwarf Fort, might be something else. And then Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursdays are the Dwarf Fort streams. Brigador, I've 100%ed Brigador. I will not stream Brigador until Brigador Killers comes out. There's nothing left for me to do in that game. All right.